Rescue a campus beauty to be my wife. Saved the campus beauty in the middle of the night, only to accidentally discover that she is. At 10 o'clock at night, a handsome young man was quietly dozing by the roadside next to South Market Street. In front of him lay a yellowed cloth held down by a few broken bricks, inscribed with elegant characters: traditional medicine, acupuncture and pulse diagnosis, guaranteed to cure all ailments, no charge if unsuccessful. Passersby scoffed at the claim, glancing at the young man before spitting and walking away. Damn, another day wasted without earning a dime, sighed Qin Feng as he packed up his folding stool, ready to head home. His practice, based on appearances, required a traditional look, but at 16, few would trust a child with ancient medical wisdom. Suddenly, he heard hurried breaths nearby. Turning, he was taken aback to see two girls by his stall. One was tall and strikingly beautiful, while the other was petite and pale, bleeding from a gruesome wound on her abdomen. "Are you a doctor? Please, do you have a bandage? Help my sister." The taller girl pleaded, panic etched on her face. "I don't have a bandage, miss. I'm a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner." Qin Feng pointed to his cloth. "Traditional medicine?" Without hesitation, she turned to leave, supporting her injured sister. "Wait. If you take her to a hospital, it'll take at least 10 minutes by car. If you're set on that, you might as well take her to a funeral home instead. I have medicine that can help right now." Qin Feng called after them. The girl turned, brows furrowing. "What do you mean?" "She is dying." He replied urgently. "Then what should we do?" she asked, frustration rising. Smiling innocently, Qin Feng said, "There are ways in traditional medicine to stop the bleeding." "Then hurry up and help her," she interrupted, her urgency clear. Nodding, Qin Feng retrieved his needle pouch, expertly grabbing a few silver needles. As he reached for the girl's clothing to begin treatment, the older girl gasped. "What are you doing?" she demanded, seizing his wrist. "I'm going to stop the bleeding. Do you want me to stab her clothes instead?" Qin Feng replied with a sidelong glance. Blushing, she finally released him, though her expression remained tense. "Don't take advantage of her. 500 for a needle, no bargaining," he retorted casually. "Just save her. I'll pay anything," she declared, though doubt lingered in her eyes. While she prayed for a miracle, Qin Feng focused, rolling up the injured girl's shirt to reveal her delicate skin and carefully inserting the silver needles. To everyone's surprise, the bleeding stopped almost immediately. "Did it work?" the older girl gasped in disbelief. "Blood is under control, but she's lost too much. I recommend taking her to the nearest hospital for a blood transfusion, which could be risky," he advised. "Or she can come to my home for herbal medicine, it's faster." "Your home?" she frowned. "Where else can I brew medicine?" Qin Feng shrugged. "Can you guarantee her recovery?" she pressed, having gained some trust from his earlier success. "If she's not dead, I can save her," he asserted confidently. Resolute, she bit her lip. "Fine. Let's South go to your place. Quickly. The sooner we go, the less she'll suffer," Qin Feng urged as he began to pack up. Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed, and several vans screeched to a halt nearby, with a group of men leaping out and surrounding them. "Damn it, they are here!" the girl whispered, fear flashing in her eyes. "Grab the girls!" barked a scarred, bald man, and his gang surged forward. "Get out of here!" she urged Qin Feng, shoving the injured girl towards him. "Go!" she shouted, launching herself at one of the attackers. Qin Feng watched, intrigued. The girl was surprisingly powerful, clearly trained. "Stop. It's not right to hit a woman," he frowned, sensing danger as a pipe swung toward him. Instinctively, he flung his needles, immobilizing the attackers in their tracks. "What are you doing? Attack her!" the bald man yelled, panic evident in his voice. "Two defenseless girls are being attacked in broad daylight. This is unacceptable," Qin Feng declared, shooting another needle at the bald man, who froze in place. "Did you just?" the older girl stammered, eyes wide. "Just a little trick," Qin Feng said casually. "Now let us go." "Wait, I need to call the police," she said, fumbling for her phone. "And also the funeral home," he added. "Why?" "If the police come, you might as well prepare for a body bag," he replied tersely. What do we do? She panicked. Save her first. Right. She agreed, supporting the injured girl as they hurried away. Chapter 2, I am also a victim. Qin Feng's house was at the end of a narrow street, in an old, low building. Ever since he was discharged from the army, he had been setting up a stall here, believing that with his looks, he wouldn't lack male customers, and female customers would surely keep coming, ensuring he wouldn't starve. To his surprise, he was wrong. Although this patient was troublesome, at least it was a straightforward case. The room was simple but kept very clean. Qin Feng quickly gathered several Chinese medicinal herbs, tossing them into a clay pot to brew, demonstrating skillful and fluid movements. Just as Sichu Shui placed the seriously injured Yi on the bed, Qin Feng had already started his preparations. Take off her clothes, Qin Feng said, pulling out several silver needles from his bag and warming them in the fire. What did you say? Sichu Shui exclaimed, shocked. I said, take off her clothes, Qin Feng said earnestly. You. Sichu Shui's face turned crimson as she looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. You can't do that. I won't let you. If you want to do it. Qin Feng paused, then chuckled, then I will. With that, he walked toward Yi. What are you doing? Sichu Shui quickly blocked his path. I'm taking her clothes off. How else can I insert the needles? Qin Feng looked puzzled. Sichu Shui froze for a moment, then realized Qin Feng wanted her to remove Yi's clothes, not her own. However, it was inappropriate regardless of who it was. Sichu Shui's face flushed as she bit her lip, saying softly, can't we do it without removing them? No removing. Qin Feng frowned, quickly understanding her meaning. Miss, as a doctor, I am thinking from a patient's perspective. Please don't see me as some opportunistic pervert. I'm inserting needles to restore the blood flow in her abdomen, or their vessels will necrose. If you interfere, your friend may end up with lifelong consequences. Tell me, what's more important, life or reputation? Sichu Shui's expression stiffened. A doctor's mission is to heal, and sometimes in emergencies, they don't consider much. But the patient's perspective can be different. Please cooperate with my work and don't miss the best opportunity for treatment. Qin Feng's voice was firm. Sichu Shui trembled slightly, looking at Yi's pale face. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and walked over, lifting the hem of Yi's shirt to reveal a small, fair abdomen. Qin Feng took a deep breath, maintaining his composure as he began to insert the needles. Sichu Shui secretly observed him, thinking to herself, this guy looks about our age, does he really know traditional Chinese medicine? But he is quite handsome. At his age, he should be in school, not running a stall. And how did those silver needles manage to immobilize those big guys? It's like something from my grandfather's stories. What a strange person. As the treatment progressed, Sichu Shui didn't have many objections and cooperated actively. A short while later, Qin Feng stood up, exhaling, and went back to preparing the medicine. Is this really all there is to it? Sichu Shui asked, looking at the 5 silver needles stuck in Yi's abdomen, blinking in curiosity. It didn't seem extraordinary at all. Just then, Yi on the bed let out a soft moan. Sichu Shui quickly looked over and saw Yi slowly opening her eyes, her pale face gradually regaining some color. So miraculous. Sichu Shui gasped, finding it hard to believe. How could this happen in such a short time? Western medicine would take much longer, right? How do you feel, Yi? Sichu Shui hurriedly asked. I feel much better. The wound doesn't seem to hurt anymore. Yi replied weakly, her voice sounding beautiful. Could it be that this guy really has remarkable medical skills? Sichu Shui thought, astonished. But as she watched Qin Feng prepare the medicine, pouring it into a large bowl and blowing on it, he said, drink this. Millimeter. Yi nodded, carefully taking the bowl, blowing on it before taking a small sip. She almost cried out, it's so bitter. Good medicine is bitter. You can drink it slowly, there is no rush, Qin Feng replied with a smile. Thank you. Yi said gratefully, her eyes sparkling. Though she had been in a daze earlier, she sensed a warm and broad chest, and those seemingly fierce individuals couldn't approach it. Miss, your injury doesn't look light. Do you need some ointment? Qin Feng glanced at the bruise on Sichu Shui's arm and smiled. Sure. Thank you. Sichushue nodded, appreciating Qin Feng's kindness. Having gained some trust in the little doctor, she felt guilty for being so harsh on him earlier. Then, take off your clothes. Again? How can I apply the ointment if you don't take off your clothes? On top of your clothes. Can I take it home and apply it myself? Sichushue's face turned red as she felt a bit embarrassed. That's fine too. Qin Feng nodded, quickly packing the ointment into a bag and handing it to her. Thank you. Sichushue said gratefully. No need to be polite after all, you both have to pay, Qin Feng replied with a mischievous smile. Pay? Sichushue hesitated and asked, how much? Counting the needle insertion fee, medicinal soup fee, ointment fee, and my service fee, it totals 21,300 yuan. Let us drop the cents and just call it 20,000 yuan. Thank you for your patronage. Qin Feng grinned like a scheming merchant. Robbery. You're charging 20,000 for this? Sichushue exclaimed in shock. Miss, earlier you said you would pay anything to save your friend. Why are you going back on your word now? Besides, these herbs are top quality, and that's the market price. How can you say I'm robbing you? Qin Feng said indignantly. But I don't have that much money. You can pay by card, or transfer through Alipay or WeChat. Any of those works. All right. Sichushue conceded. Sure, let me cover the cost. I have a card with enough money on it. Yi said, setting the bowl down and smiling gently. Sichushue sighed helplessly, saying, that's true, you are a well-known rich girl. It's tough for me to come up with 20,000. Although her family was well off, her parents were strict about her allowance. Thank you for your patronage. Qin Feng hurriedly took out his phone to prepare for the transfer. But just then, bang! The old, drafty door was kicked open, and a group of people rushed in. Police! Don't move! At the Xinghua police station, Qin Feng sat gloomily in the interrogation room, facing a beautiful police officer with an oval face. The officer had exquisite features and a cool demeanor, but her serious and icy eyes exuded an inexplicable pressure, making one feel as if they would be seen through with a glance. Beside her sat a male officer, holding a pen and seemingly taking notes, occasionally glancing at the officer while casting disdainful looks at Qin Feng. Name? The officer said coldly. Qin Feng. Ethnicity? Hands. Gender? Do I look like a woman to you? Cut the nonsense. The officer slammed the table, glaring at Qin Feng. What were you doing with the victim at 108 Lumming Road at the time of the incident? Victim? Qin Feng thought for a moment and then looked surprised. Oh, you mean those two girls? They were injured, and as a doctor, I was treating them. By the way, I'm also a victim. Stop rambling. The officer slammed the table again, angrily declaring, first, you are not a victim, and second, you are not a doctor. First, that's completely fabricated. Second, I will let my lawyer handle it. Qin Feng frowned, though he couldn't afford a lawyer. Hire a lawyer. HMPH, if you are a doctor, show us your medical license. If it comes to a lawsuit, we are not afraid. The officer scoffed. She didn't believe that someone so young could be a real doctor. After that, Qin Feng fell silent. A medical license. He was just a quack doctor with no certification whatsoever. Someone his age would at most be a first-year student in medical school. If he had a license, that would be strange. ### Chapter 3, Hello, Instructor. Can't provide any evidence, can you? Su Wenru scoffed repeatedly, as if she could see through everything. According to our investigation, victims Sichushue and Yi were assaulted by Chen and Wang, who were intoxicated. Miss Yi was injured during a confrontation with Wang. Our other interrogation team reported that those under Chen claimed they were all subdued by you. Tell me, does that make sense? How could a person weighing no more than 150 pounds overpower dozens of armed individuals? That's sheer nonsense. Therefore, we conclude that you are working with these individuals, aiming to put on a show for Miss Yi. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. This girl had an astonishing imagination. Miss, these are just assumptions. I'm innocent. Still refusing to admit it. The male officer next to her shone a light in Qin Feng's face, sneering, Kid, I advise you to honestly tell the truth, otherwise, I have 100 ways to make you talk. If I have to get involved, I can't guarantee you'll be as comfortable as you are now. Are you trying to force a confession? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Yes, and what of it? He sneered, glancing at the camera in the corner, which wobbled as it turned towards them. Seeing this, Su Wenru frowned. He, what are you doing? Don't get reckless. Little Su, you just transferred to this team and don't understand the situation. To handle tough nuts like this, special measures are necessary. Just watch, I'll take care of the rest. With that, He rolled up his sleeves and approached Qin Feng. He. Stop. If you dare to do anything reckless, I will report you to the captain. Su Wenru shouted angrily. He froze momentarily, then turned to her helplessly. Miss Su, if you keep acting like this, we won't be efficient in our investigation. If every suspect refuses to cooperate, how can we solve the case? But your methods will only force a confession, leading to a miscarriage of justice. Some hard-headed idiots need to be forced. He scoffed. Hard-headed. Qin Feng's gaze turned cold. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room was pushed open. A bold officer poked his head in, looking grim, and called out to Su Wenru, "Little Su, come out." Su Wenru furrowed her brows, silently stepping out. At the same time, another tall officer rushed in. "Hey! When GE is here." Seeing the newcomer, He's eyes lit up, and he chuckled, "Kid, you're in for some fun now." Outside the interrogation room. "Deputy Captain, why am I being pulled out of here?" Su Wenru asked, her expression tense. "Little Su, you just graduated from the police academy. You lack experience and don't know how to handle many situations. You'll need to learn from other colleagues. You don't need to deal with this case. The inspection office needs help, so go assist them there." Bold Officer Liu Dalong's eyes wandered over Su Wenru, but upon thinking of her brother, he shivered and quickly averted his gaze. Su Wenru wasn't naive, she understood the complexities of the police force. This matter was certainly more than a simple robbery or brawl, it likely involved numerous interests. She suspected He's coercive tactics were also directed by Liu Dalong, whose intent was clear, to pin the blame on Qin Feng. Su Wenru clenched her delicate fists, her teeth grinding, her eyes flashing with anger. But she couldn't change anything. She felt frustrated. But what good was that frustration? This was reality. "Captain." At that moment, voices were heard at the entrance of the police station. Su Wenru's body jolted, and she looked up to see a tall officer striding toward her. "Captain, what brings you here? Aren't you on leave?" Liu Dalong's expression changed, clearly surprised. "The Yi family heiress was kidnapped, such a big incident, how could I take a break? If the media catches wind of this and blows it up, we'll both be in serious trouble." Su Qinmian approached briskly, asking with authority, "What is the status of the interrogation?" "Oh, Wenru, you're here too." Seeing him, Su Wenru hurriedly spoke, "Brother. Captain Su. The suspect has been caught, but Li Wen and He are in the middle of the interrogation. Do you want to go see?" He. Li Wen. Su Qinmian squinted. Those two were Liu Dalong's ace enforcers, specifically trained to deal with stubborn criminals. Under their interrogation, one would be lucky to walk out unscathed. Last time, they nearly caused a death after beating a middle-aged suspect into unconsciousness. Thankfully, the hospital was nearby, or it could have ended badly. "Liu, what is going on? Don't you have enough trouble already?" Su Qinmian narrowed his eyes at Liu Dalong. Liu Dalong chuckled nervously. "It's just that the guy is being stubborn and won't confess. Everything has to be handled according to regulations. If you keep going off the rails, this place will descend into chaos. You need to understand, this isn't your personal domain." Su Qinmian snorted coldly and headed toward the interrogation room. Liu Dalong's face turned red and white, unable to say a word. Inside the interrogation room, Li Wen sat heavily at the table, his massive frame resembling a mountain, glaring fiercely at Qin Feng as he said in a deep voice, "Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Did you instruct Chen Wu and He Jin to stab Miss Yi?" "No," Qin Feng shook his head. "Ungrateful." Li Wen growled, throwing a punch. But just as his fist approached, a hand swiftly intercepted it. Li Wen was stunned to see it was Qin Feng who had caught his punch. He knew exactly how much strength was behind that blow, but he couldn't believe that this seemingly frail guy could withstand a punch from a 6 feet 3 inches man. "Hey! You dare to resist?" Do you not know whose territory this is? Heji's eyes widened as he rolled up his sleeves and charged at Qin Feng. Arrest him. I'll make him wish he didn't know his own mother. Li Wen roared in anger. Got it, Wen Ji. Heji grinned and moved behind Qin Feng, grabbing his arms and pulling them back. Yet, no matter how much force he exerted, Qin Feng's arms remained as immovable as iron pillars. Have you not eaten today? Li Wen cursed. No, Wen Ji, I don't know where this kid got his strength, but I can't budge him. Heji said, looking despondent. Damn it, useless, get out of the way. Li Wen shoved Heji aside and pulled out handcuffs from his waist, ready to slap them on Qin Feng's wrists. But at that moment, Qin Feng's palm shot up like lightning, slapping both of them across the face. Smack! They both spun around and crashed to the ground, dizzy and disoriented. You dare to assault an officer? Li Wen scrambled up, holding his stinging face, livid. Do you even deserve to be called a police officer? Don't insult this sacred profession. Qin Feng said coolly, his eyes icy as if they could freeze. Li Wen shivered, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. What was up with this kid? Li Wen wondered. All right. You've got guts. Now you're not only suspected of kidnapping, but also assaulting an officer. I will make sure you're locked up. Heji shouted hoarsely. At that moment, there was a loud bang. The door swung open. Su Qinmian strode in, coldly asking, Heji, Li Wen, what is the outcome of the interrogation? But when he saw the scene inside, he froze instantly. Captain! This bastard assaulted an officer. Assaulted? Li Wen and Heji quickly scrambled to their feet, yelling in outrage. Assault an officer. Su Qinmian furrowed his brow and looked at the figure seated at the table. In an instant, it felt as if lightning had struck him, leaving him paralyzed. It was as if he had seen something utterly unbelievable. Get out, this person is my responsibility. After a long moment, he took a deep breath and said solemnly. Captain, this person. Get lost. Su Qinmian shouted, like a clap of thunder. The two were startled, completely confused. Could it be that Captain Su wants to handle this person himself? They exchanged glances, both understanding each other's thoughts. Kid, you're finished. Li Wen glared at Qin Feng, sneering as he left. Su Qinmian closed the door and glanced at the camera that had been turned away. He forced himself to breathe, steadying his racing heart and surging blood. He hadn't seen wrong. It was him. No doubt about it. Su Qinmian's excited thoughts calmed down after a while. He stepped forward, standing in front of the seated youth, and saluted him with a standard military gesture. Hello, instructor. Chapter 4, I'll talk to them. Su Qinmian felt an intense surge of excitement. He thought he might be hallucinating. But when he saw the person clearly, he realized he was mistaken. It was him, the one known for wielding the pen of judgment, the one who had given him a second chance at life. Su Qinmian's gaze was filled with fervor, as if he wanted to absorb Qin Feng into himself. Qin Feng gave a bittersweet smile, feeling a mix of resignation. He hadn't expected to run into someone he knew in such a place. Qinmian, I didn't expect you to end up in Xinhua City. It's been a while. Your leg isn't giving you any trouble, is it? Qin Feng said casually. Thank you for your concern, instructor. My leg has fully recovered. It's even better than before. Su Qinmian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he struggled to keep his emotions in check. Instructor, if it weren't for you, I might have spent my life in a wheelchair. You gave me this life back, as well as the lives of my brothers like Guzi and Qiang. A passionate young man and a tough soldier, Su Qinmian's greatest wish was to defend his country and fight for his people. Since childhood, he had dreamed of becoming a soldier and had joined the army at 16, quickly advancing to a special operations unit thanks to his enthusiasm and hard work. And that special operations unit had Qin Feng as its instructor. Qin Feng had only spent a week with that unit but had quickly earned the respect of its elite members. After a mission involving foreign mercenaries, Su Qinmian had stepped on a landmine, resulting in the loss of both legs. The doctors declared it a death sentence, and he thought he would spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. That period was the darkest time of Su Qinmian's life. Even when surrounded by enemies, he hadn't considered suicide, but sitting in a wheelchair led him to entertain the thought. Just when he felt utterly hopeless, Qin Feng appeared. My legs were given back to me by my instructor, and my life was too. Su Qinmian had vowed to repay Qin Feng, even at the cost of his own life. I will rescue those injured while protecting the country, no matter the cost, Qin Feng stated earnestly. This was his principle. Very few could ask for his help, but for this reason, he would always respond. Instructor, how did you end up here? Su Qinmian asked, taking deep breaths to calm himself. Is there a task from above? After Qin Feng had left the Special Operations Unit, there hadn't been any news, only that he had been assigned to a top-secret operations organization. There was no task from above. I've retired, Qin Feng replied. What? Su Qinmian was stunned. How could someone so capable retire so soon? Noticing Qin Feng's reluctance to discuss it further, Su Qinmian didn't pry. I'll be staying in Xinghua City for a while. Qinmian, don't disclose my whereabouts. Let me stay quietly for a year. We can discuss anything after that. Understood. Su Qinmian straightened up and saluted. Outside the interrogation room, boss, why is Su here? If he interferes, this will be tough. Li Wen whispered to Liu Dalong, glancing at the striking officer, Su Wenru. You know how the Su family likes to meddle. Liu Dalong's face darkened. They both knew the identities of the 20-odd thugs involved. They were all members of the Jinlong gang, led by Wang Jinlong, a man with tangled connections in Xinghua. The situation was precarious. Getting involved with the Jinlong gang would lead to trouble, and Liu Dalong was determined to shift the blame onto Qin Feng to save himself. But now, Su Qinmian, who had just come back from leave, had thrown a wrench into his plans. If Su lets that kid go, how do we handle this case? He asked quietly. How to handle it? How should I know? He's involved now, so it's out of my hands. Liu Dalong replied coldly. He could have enjoyed his leave but chose to come and stir things up. Once he's done, I'll leave this mess for him. The two exchanged a knowing glance. Suddenly, the door swung open. After investigation, Mr. Qin Feng is not involved in the case. In fact, he is a victim and has no relation to this matter, Su Qinmian stated seriously. If Su says he is not involved, then he is not. But could you please interrogate those who were armed? With this person released, we've lost a lead, and the case will be hard to pursue, Liu Dalong shrugged. Su Qinmian frowned, understanding the implications. I'll handle the case from here. You just need to cooperate with me. Of course. Whatever you need, just say the word, Liu Dalong chuckled, a triumphant glint in his eye. Take me to see the suspects. Sure. Right this way, Su. Li Wen and He quickly led the way, their expressions filled with mockery, clearly enjoying the show. Qin Feng observed Su Qinmian thoughtfully before speaking up. I also want to talk to those armed thugs. Can the officer approve that? Approve what? You can go home. This police station isn't your house. Leave now. Liu Dalong scowled. Does Mr. Qin have any leads to offer? Su Qinmian disregarded Liu Dalong and asked quickly. After all, I was at the scene and know a bit. Great. Then Mr. Qin, please come with us. Su Qinmian's eyes sparkled. Liu Dalong fumed but swallowed his anger. Inside the room, over 20 burly men were huddled together, laughing and joking loudly. As they saw others approaching, they whistled and taunted. Oh? Who's coming now? Don't know who they questioned this time. Who cares? I don't know anything. Comrades, I'm innocent. The noise escalated, mixed with laughter. Su Qinmian's expression hardened as he walked towards them, his gaze intimidating. Some of the men shrank back in fear, but a few brazen ones glared back defiantly. Bring those guys out. I need to interrogate them. Su Qinmian ordered. Su, it's useless. These are just scoundrels who won't talk no matter how you ask, He cautioned. Su Qinmian frowned. Su, I've said this won't be easy. Letting him go means we have no lead. These guys are just punks. How can we expect anything from them? Li Wen shook his head repeatedly, his expression full of feigned helplessness. But despite their words, the mockery in their eyes remained. Comrades, are we done questioning? Seeing Su Qinmian silent, the thugs began jeering. Su Qinmian's expression grew increasingly cold. Liu Dalong smirked, watching the scene unfold. These scoundrels were impossible to deal with. The more they suffered, the more the Jinlong gang would support them. As long as they didn't die, they had nothing to fear. You shameless scoundrels! Su Wenru kicked the door in frustration. Su Qinmian quickly pulled her aside, sensing his sister was about to lose control. The atmosphere became tense and awkward as Liu Dalong, Li Wen, and the others watched the spectacle. Su Qinmian furrowed his brow, deep in thought for a solution. At that moment, Qin Feng leaned in and whispered to Su Qinmian, "Let them go first, I'd like to speak with these people privately." Chapter 5. Pay the money quickly. Su Qinmian was stunned, as if he had thought of something, and nodded quickly, waving his hand and saying, "Everyone get out." Liu Dalong was stunned. "Captain Su, this. Everyone get out, this is an order," Su Qinmian said in a tough attitude. Everyone walked out confused. Su Wenru couldn't help but look back, only to find that Su Qinmian handed the key to Qin Feng and then closed the door behind him. Su Wenru was stunned. "Brother, what are you doing? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask." Su Qinmian lowered his voice. Su Wenru was slightly stunned. Although she had just started working, she admired her brother very much. Her brother was always fair and strict in his work and never played tricks. But what happened today? At this moment, several strange noises suddenly sounded from inside. Su Wenru's nerves tensed up and she hurried closer to listen. Liu Dalong and his companions over there also looked curious. However, the sound didn't last long, and the door suddenly opened. Su Wenru and others were all stunned. But seeing Qin Feng smiling, he said, "Congratulations, Captain Su, congratulations on solving the case." "Solve the case?" "Yes, the suspects Li Dali, Hong Qiang, Zhang Dabiao, Wan Hai and others have admitted to their involvement in the kidnapping of Miss Yi. Not only that, they also confessed to robbery, fighting, and molesting sows. Captain Su, you can arrest them according to the law," Qin Feng said with a smile. "What the hell are you talking about? Are you crazy? Captain Su, this guy is an idiot. I think he needs to be taught a lesson." Li Wen and He Ji on the other side couldn't help but yell and curse, and Liu Dalong sneered. "Is this the quality of your men?" Qin Feng glanced at the two of them. "Apologize to Mr. Qin immediately," Su Qian said coldly. "Captain Su. Hurry." Su Qinmian's face was ferocious, as if he wanted to eat someone. The two were shocked. They had never seen Su Qinmian like this before. "I'm sorry." The two of them whispered through gritted teeth. Qin Feng didn't even look at the two of them, and waved his hand. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I'll leave the rest to you." After saying that, Qin Feng left. "Mr. Qin, I'll take you there." Su Qinmian hurriedly followed. "Business is urgent, go and deal with it." Qin Feng refused. Su Qinmian did not force it, and everyone walked in with trepidation in their hearts. However, just as he stepped in, he heard a cry of crying for his parents. "Comrade, arrest me, I am guilty. I am not a human being. Comrade, I molested a sow, I am worse than an animal, I am a beast, arrest me. It's all my fault. People like me are burden if they are alive. I repent, I am guilty." The sounds were intermittent and extremely miserable. Su Qinmian, Su Wenru, Liu Dalong and others looked at them in a daze. More than 20 big men knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. "What a spectacular sight. What's going on?" Liu Dalong asked. "Are you all crazy?" Li Wen and He Ji were also dumbfounded. "Neither can I live nor can I die. This is the instructor's method." Su Qinmian took a deep breath, thinking about the legends about the instructors in the army, and his blood suddenly boiled. "Wangquan, Your Majesty. Xinghua No. 1 High School, the largest college in Xinghua City, is also the high school with the highest enrollment rate. As a famous high school in the city, Xinghua No. 1 High School has extremely strict admission standards. Those who can enter this school are either top students or wealthy children. Class 9, Grade 3. Yi, who had just recovered from a serious illness, staggered back to her seat, holding her cheek with her fair little hands, looking out the window, gradually becoming lost in thought. The boys in the class kept looking at her sideways, stunned. "Xiaoyi." A soft smirk was heard, followed by a numbing blowing sound that penetrated into the ears. Yi's delicate body trembled. She turned her head and saw a delicate oval face. "Xiaoxue, it's you." Yi patted her chest and exhaled, "I was scared to death." He, you look absent-minded. What's going on? Which man are you thinking about?" Sichuxue came closer and pecked Yi's delicate little face. Go away, you're the one missing a man. Yi snorted, then Xianer sighed, I'm just worried about the little Chinese medicine doctor who saved us last time. Oh? You mean the one who was selling things on the roadside? Sichu Shui sat down on the chair next to her and said with a smile, that young Chinese doctor was quite handsome and had good medical skills. You don't know the expressions of the doctors when you were sent to their hospital. They all said that you had no chance of survival. Later, Director Zhang from the People's Hospital examined you and said that the wound on your lower abdomen was sealed by a stream of air. Gas. Yes, Director Zhang has learned some Chinese medicine. He said that it is the qi in Chinese medicine that stopped your bleeding. But after asking him a few more times, he couldn't explain it. I guess it must have been done by that young Chinese medicine doctor. Sichu Shui's face was serious. How can it be so magical? Do you think this is a TV drama? Yi rolled her eyes at her and said worriedly, I don't know how the young Chinese doctor is doing now. When my dad was bailed, I begged him, but he refused to agree. He even said that the police found out that the young Chinese doctor was in cahoots with that group of people. Sheshue, how about we go ask him after class? After all, he saved our lives. Sichu Shui heard the voice and nodded silently. Okay, let's go see him after class. I hope he is okay. The class bell rang. A graceful woman walked in with steady steps. The woman was about 24 or 25 years old. Her beautiful eyebrows were lightly frowned, her eyes were charming, she had a straight nose, slightly rosy cheeks, delicate and tempting lips, a delicate face as white as snow and as crystal as jade. Her skin as white as jade was beautiful, and her delicate face had an air of bookishness, which added a quiet and elegant intellectual beauty to her already extraordinarily beautiful appearance. As soon as the girl came in, the classroom suddenly became quiet. The boys no longer focused their eyes on Yi and Sichu Shui, the two school beauties, but began to split up and look at the beauty standing on the podium. Xiao Jingwu, a goddess-like teacher who had just been assigned to Xinghua No. 1 middle school, was said to have caused a sensation on the entire campus the day she arrived. Her beauty, which was even better than that of a celebrity, coupled with her unique temperament, made her receive unsigned love letters from all grades the next day, and even some married male teachers took action secretly. However, Xiao Jingwu remained unmoved and skillfully stuffed all the love letters into the trash can. Teacher Xiao is so beautiful. Yes, I heard that she is not married yet. Several tiny sounds were heard. Xiao Jingwu frowned slightly and coughed, and the teacher fell silent again. Dear students, the teacher is here to announce something. From today on, our grade 3 class 9 will have one more member. Let's welcome the new student with warm applause. After he finished speaking, there were snapping sounds in the classroom. A tall and thin figure walked in. The man had a pale complexion, handsome features, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he looked handsome yet delicate. Seeing this, Yi, who was sitting in the front row, suddenly had her pupils dilated. Is it him? Sichu Shui was also shocked. Please introduce yourself. Teacher Xiao said with a smile. Hello everyone, my name is Qin Feng, please give me your guidance. Qin Feng smiled slightly and said nothing. Is that all? Xiao Jingwu was stunned. Why don't you introduce your hobbies and interests, and what are your specialties? Teacher, is this a blind date? Qin Feng asked back. Xiao Jingwu was embarrassed and coughed. Okay, Qin Feng, you can sit in the last row of group for now, and we'll adjust your seat in the class meeting next week. Qin Feng nodded and sat in his seat silently. I hope everyone will get along well with the new students. After Xiao Jingwu finished speaking, she walked out of the classroom. The math teacher wearing reading glasses then came in slowly. At the same time, the entire classroom exploded. Oh my god, a transfer student. So cool. He's a handsome guy though, I like him. The students were excited, and all their eyes were fixed on the last row of the fourth group. The classroom only became quiet after the old man on the podium slammed the table hard a few times. Even though he was in class, Qin Feng still felt several pairs of eyes staring at him. But he ignored it, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Xinghua No. 1 Middle School. I'm here, I will fulfill our promise. Qin Feng's eyes focused, an array of determination flickered in his pupils. The class passed quickly and the bell rang in the blink of an eye. And when the old math guy walked out of the classroom, Yi in the front row immediately stood up and walked towards Qin Feng. Countless eyes in the classroom looked at her. Hello, classmate Qin Feng. Yi said with a smile, which made me feel pity for her. Is it you? Qin Feng recognized the people, opened his eyes, and immediately stretched out his hand and said angrily, "What a narrow road for enemies, you still owe me money. Hurry up and pay." Yi was stunned and speechless for a moment. Chapter 6, Beauty is a Disaster. No one expected that this transfer student would say such a thing when facing the school bell. No one understood, but Yi did. When the police broke into their house, Qin Feng didn't even have time to say a word before he was taken into the police car, and Yi was admitted to the Municipal People's Hospital. He had forgotten about the cost of the medicine. Yi didn't say much. She took out her cell phone and transferred 20,000 yuan to the account Qin Feng left last time. "Student Qin Feng, is this okay now?" Yi blinked and said with a smile. "It turns out she's a wealthy woman." Qin Feng checked the account and nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, thank you for your patronage. This time I can pay off my debt." "Pay off debt? Do you owe anyone money?" Yi asked curiously. "Yes, otherwise why would I set up a stall?" Qin Feng shrugged. "How much do you owe?" "No more, no less, exactly 20,000. 20,000. Yi was stunned. 20,000 was nothing to her, but for an ordinary student, it was an astronomical figure. "How can you owe so much at such a young age? Did you go gambling?" Sichushua walked over and said with a frown. "What, gambling is such a bad thing to say, classmate, please don't slander others' innocence." Qin Feng sighed and said, "My family is just poor and I don't have money to pay the tuition, so I went to borrow money. I'm not like you. You were born with a silver spoon in your mouth and have no worries about food and clothing, but I have no parents since I was a child. I started begging at the age of 3, snatched food from wild dogs at the age of 5, and met an old beggar when I was 7. When I was 10, the old beggar died, and I started begging again. I have been begging until now. Alas! I have a hard life." He was so moved that he cried. "Laugh." Yi couldn't help laughing and was amused by Qin Feng's pretending to be deeply sad. "You're such a boaster." Sichushua curled her lips, definitely not believing it. However, there was one thing that the two girls believed, and that was that Qin Feng's financial conditions were indeed not that good, which could be seen from his rental house and his clothes. "So you set up the stall to earn tuition fees?" Yi asked. "Yes, but I won't do it from today on. This business of yours is just enough for me to pay off my debt." Qin Feng smiled and didn't want to continue this boring topic. He glanced around and met Yi's autumn eyes like stars. Yi's body trembled, as if something struck her heart directly. The feeling was beyond words. Her cheeks flushed slightly. She took a breath, and her chest rose and fell for a while. Then she said softly, "Classmate Qin Feng, I'm glad you helped me a few days ago, otherwise I would be in danger. I wanted to apologize in person, but my father has been keeping me in the hospital. This time I had to go out under the pretext of going to school. Now that I've met you, I want to say to you seriously, thank you." Qin Feng looked at those clear eyes, full of sincerity, smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, "You're welcome, doctors are like parents, saving lives is the doctor's duty." Yi wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Qin Feng. "Student Yi, you are injured, so you should go to your seat and rest. Class is about to start and I should get ready." Qin Feng waved his hand again and said bluntly. After these words were spoken, Yi opened her mouth slightly and was stunned. Sichushua next to her widened her pupils slightly. The air suddenly became quiet. The students around who were staring at this place kept swallowing their saliva. Who is Yi? Not only in this class, but also in the entire grade and even the entire school, everyone knows her. The daughter of the Yi family, she is beautiful, has a sweet voice, a gentle personality, and comes from a prominent family. Most importantly, she is also the study committee member of Class 9, Grade 3, a top student in the eyes of the teacher, and the highest ideal of all the boys in the school. But looking at Qin Feng, he didn't even want to say a few more words. He just asked for money and ignored the money. After a while, Yi smiled bitterly and nodded, "Thank you for your concern, Qin Feng. Then, I won't bother you anymore." After saying that, he returned to his seat with a bit of disappointment. "Fool!" Sichushua glared at Yi fiercely, snorted with her cute little nose, and returned to her seat. Qin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to the two girls. He casually fiddled with a book on the table and pretended to read it, completely unaware of the countless murderous eyes around him. Brother, you really used this trick of playing hard to get to perfection. This time, the school beauty will have no choice but to remember you. At this time, a lazy voice came from the side. Qin Feng was startled and turned his head to look, only to find a thin guy lying on the table next to him. This man was just skin and bones, and looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. He had an ordinary appearance, but what caught people's attention was the color of his hair, all green. And it was emerald green. From a distance, I thought this person had grass growing on his head. Brother, it's fate that we can be desk mates. My name is Hui Tailang. Just call me Tailang. I will protect you in class 9 of grade 3. Hui Tailang said in a very arrogant manner, but his voice was very low, for fear that others would hear it. Hui Tailang. Are you going to the green grassland to catch sheep? It turns out to be Brother Tailang, nice to meet you. Although this is our first meeting, but judging from Brother Tailang's hair color, Brother Tailang is definitely not an ordinary person. Qin Feng exclaimed. When Hui Tailang heard this, his eyes lit up, a soulmate. My dad said the same thing about me. After saying this, he smoothed his bangs in a very showy manner. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. Talent. By the way, Qin Feng, after the class is over, you should go out the back door. The break is 10 minutes, and it's just right for you to come in for class. Hui Tailang suddenly leaned closer and said, his eyes fixed on the front row of the first group. What? Qin Feng looked confused. Have you ever heard a saying? What? Beauty is a disaster. Hui Tailang shook his head and whispered, our school beauties situ and ye are taboos in many people's minds. Anyone who touches these taboos will become a thorn in their eyes and must be removed. Qin Feng frowned. So what you mean is that in our class? Of course there are people who like school beauty. He's the one sitting in the third row of the first group, his name is Zhang Hongqiang. Look. He took out his cell phone. Qin Feng, you must leave quickly after class. You must not stay in the classroom. Hui Tailang said in a low voice, looking a little anxious. What can he prove by taking out his cell phone? You are stupid, he is calling people, his cousin will come over after class, if you don't leave, you will definitely get into trouble. Hui Tailang said anxiously, many male classmates in my class have suffered from Zhang Hongqiang, you have to be careful. Oh. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and shook his head, it's class time, let's talk after class. You don't listen to the advice of the elderly. Forget it, it's rare that I have a desk mate. I'll talk to Zhang Hongqiang after class. In class 9 of grade 3, he has to give me, Hui Tailang, some face. I'm the king of this class. Hui Tailang shook his head and sighed, looking like an invincible master who is as lonely as the snow. The man who is king. Qin Feng was stunned. You can't judge a person by his appearance. I didn't expect my desk mate to be so awesome. Ding-a-ling. The bell for the end of get out of class rang immediately. But Qin Feng stood still, like a rock. Qin Feng, why aren't you leaving yet? Hui Tailang said anxiously. No need. Qin Feng shook his head, besides, I have Brother Tailang protecting me, what am I afraid of? When Hui Tailang heard the voice, his face looked strange and he was speechless for a long time. Zhang Hongqiang stared at the teacher, and when he left, he immediately stood up and walked over with 2 classmates. Classmate Qin Feng, right? Could you please come out for a moment? Zhang Hongqiang stared at Qin Feng with a sharp gaze, his dark eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. Classmate Zhang, if you have anything to say, just talk about it here. We are all classmates and can talk it out. Hui Tailang stood up with a forced smile. Get out of the way, you cuckold. Do you have the right to speak here? Zhang Hongqiang snorted. Qin Feng was stunned. Cuckold king? This is truly a man who is king. After hearing what Zhang Hongqiang said, Hui Tailang's face turned red and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. The reason why he dared to brag and say that he was protecting class 9 of grade 3 was that he had calculated that Qin Feng would run away. However, he did not expect that his new desk mate was also a troublemaker and dared to confront Zhang Hong head on. Zhang Hongqiang was too lazy to pay attention to Hui Tailang. He slapped the table with his hands and stared at Qin Feng fiercely. Qin Feng, you have to know that the country has its own laws and the family has its own rules. Since you have transferred to our class 9 of senior 3, You must abide by the rules here. Come out right now and don't make me repeat it for the third time. Oh, okay. Qin Feng agreed without hesitation. Hui Tailang was stunned. Is my deskmate not afraid, or is he really stupid? Chapter 7, Don't Leave After School. You are quite a smart guy. Zhang Hongqiang had not expected Qin Feng to be so straightforward. Qin Feng, you can go, but it's right here in the corridor. Don't go too far. Hui Tailang reminded in a low voice. Qin Feng nodded, thank you. If something goes wrong, just shout loudly, and I will notify the teacher immediately. Hui Tailang hesitated and said in a low voice. With his physique, he was no match for Zhang Hongqiang, so he could only call for the teacher. Brother Tailang looks like he wants to come too? Why? I haven't seen my cousin for a long time. Do you miss him? Zhang Hongqiang narrowed his eyes. Hui Tailang shrank his neck and dared not speak. Let's go. Qin Feng said. Oh. So impatient. Well, I want to see how strong you are. Zhang Hongqiang sneered, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes, and walked out the door. Zhang Hongqiang. What are you going to do? At this moment, a clear and stern shout came. Zhang Hongqiang turned his head and saw Yi and Sichu Shui walking towards him quickly. I just want to help the new students get familiar with the campus environment. I don't have any other intentions. Zhang Hongqiang said quickly, but there was a flash of anger in his eyes. This kid just transferred here, and the campus beauty Yi stood up for him. Zhang Hongqiang would never believe it if she said there was nothing going on between them. What happened to Yi Da's campus beauty? Could it be that you have taken a fancy to this boy? Damn it, I'm obviously more handsome than this guy, why doesn't he like me? The students around couldn't help but whisper. Yi blushed, but she was firm. Qin Feng is my friend. I've already told him that I will take him to visit the campus after school this afternoon. I won't bother you. Right, Qin Feng. The last sentence was addressed to Qin Feng. How could Qin Feng not understand what Yi meant? Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Hongqiang's voice rang out again. Classmate Qin Feng, classmate Yi is injured. I don't think you will deliberately trouble her, right? When speaking, the person was very close to Qin Feng. This is almost a warning. Hui Tailang's face suddenly changed. The students around held their breath and stared at Qin Feng. If Qin Feng rejects Yi, perhaps Zhang Hongqiang will show mercy, but if Qin Feng dares to agree, that would be a slap in Zhang Hongqiang's face. Who is Zhang Hongqiang? After spending a year at Xinghua No. 1 Middle School, everyone knows him. If you offend him, your days before graduation will be difficult. But the next second, Qin Feng smiled. He ignored Zhang Hongqiang and his sword-like eye stayed on Yi. Thank you for your kindness. The students around him breathed hard, and Zhang Hongqiang's mouth curled up into a grin. In the end, you still have to give in. The two students who followed behind also laughed. What's the point of being stubborn? A powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. At this point, you have to bow your head. But at this moment, Qin Feng changed the subject, but people held their breath and just listened to him continue. Since he said so, how can I refuse? How can I refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman? It's settled then. Let's go together after class. Please show me around. When the last word fell, the whole classroom fell silent. What does Qin Feng mean? Agree? Why are you calling me so affectionately? He simply wanted to piss Zhang Hongqiang off to death. Yi's cheeks flushed and she was very shy. Asshole. Zhang Hongqiang was so angry that he was about to swing his fist, but two classmates behind him hurried forward to stop him. Brother Qiang, forget it. This is a classroom. If the situation gets out of hand, it will be difficult for us to deal with it. Yu Junyi on the left said hurriedly. Let's not be in a hurry. Can't we deal with a transfer student? Another classmate quickly signaled. Zhang Hongqiang also knew that it was not a good time to move Qin Feng. He took a deep breath, and a terrifying rage shone in his eyes. He stared at Qin Feng and said, Boy, let's wait and see. Okay. Qin Feng remained calm. Zhang Hongqiang clenched his fists and ran straight out of the classroom. Qin Feng looked in the direction he was looking and saw a pale-skinned, gloomy-faced man standing outside the classroom. He stared at Qin Feng for a moment and then left with Zhang Hongqiang. It's Zhu Dao. Hui Tailang whispered, he is Zhang Hongqiang's cousin. He skipped classes every day and was held back a grade. I heard that he knows a lot of hooligans outside the school. Qin Feng, you have to be careful. New. Qin Feng nodded. Follow me after class. Yi seemed to know that things were not easy to handle. She hesitated for a moment, gave a warning in a voice as thin as a mosquito's whistle, and turned back to her seat. At this moment, Qin Feng deeply realized what it meant that beautiful women are the root of trouble. Zhang Hongqiang entered the classroom a second before the bell rang. Looking at his sneer on his face, I was afraid that he had already thought of how to deal with this new troublemaker. The other students also deliberately stayed away from Qin Feng for fear of being implicated by him, except Hui Tailang, who was still sitting next to him. Aren't you afraid? Qin Feng asked curiously. What's there to be afraid of? I'm used to getting beaten every day. What's more, we are lucky enough to be desk mates. If I don't protect you, who will? Hui Tailang looked indifferent. Qin Feng glanced at him. Although Hui Tailang was wearing thick clothes, the bruises spreading across his skin were already obvious. He was indeed a person who was often injured. You are a real man. I, Qin Feng, am willing to be your friend. Don't you want to be brothers? Do it, the kind that you keep reciting is fine. Whispering sound. Hui Tailang pretended to be about to vomit, but the excitement on his face was obvious. After the last class ended, Zhang Hongqiang, Yu Junyi and others left early. It seems that they are going to prepare. Often, you follow the school beauty Yi first. She is the daughter of Yi Hu in Xinghua City. No one dares to mess with her. I will grab some weapons and follow you. Hui Tailang shrank his head and ran away happily. Qin Feng didn't take it seriously, and had no intention of really going with Yi. Instead, he walked towards the school gate on his own. Huh. Yi was stunned and hurriedly trotted over. This girl. Sichu Shui behind sighed softly and followed. Student Qin Feng, wait for me. Yi called. But Qin Feng had no intention of stopping. So, at the school gate during the school break, countless students watched the gentle and lovely campus beauties Yi and Sichu chasing a young man in the sunset. Am I dazzled? Are they the two most beautiful girls in our school? Yi and Sichu Shui. They seem to be chasing someone. Fuck. Who is that guy? I'm going to kill him. The students were outraged and public resentment was high. Some students who had lost their minds due to jealousy had already rolled up their sleeves and went forward, but soon they stopped and turned back. The reason is simple, Zhang Hongqiang and Zhu Dao are here. Hey, classmate Qin Feng. How was your school tour? Isn't it nice here? Zhang Hongqiang came over with a smile. Although Xinghua No. 1 Middle School is a famous school, not all students attending this school are top students. There are also children from wealthy families, such as Zhang Hongqiang. His father Zhang Luo is engaged in real estate development and is very wealthy. It is said that he has a close relationship with someone in the city. It is precisely because of this that Zhang Hongqiang is fearless. He was originally in class 2, but on the day he met Yi, he used his family's connections to transfer to class 9. Since Zhang Hongqiang arrived in class 9, the originally peaceful class 9 suddenly became restless. Any male student who talked to Yi would be warned by him. If the warning was ineffective, Zhang Hongqiang's brutal revenge would ensue. It is said that Zhang Hongqiang once broke the legs of a classmate. The incident caused a big uproar and the school was ready to punish him. However, the classmate's parents went to the school and insisted that their son broke his legs himself and refused to pursue the matter. In the end, the matter was left unresolved. After this incident, Zhang Hongqiang became the epitome of school bully and everyone was afraid of him. However, no matter how arrogant Zhang Hongqiang was, he dared not do anything to Yi. Compared with Yi Hu, the real giant of Xinghua, the Zhang family's property was too small. Zhang Hongqiang, what do you want to do? Yi walked forward and shouted angrily. This has nothing to do with you. Go home first. I'll have a good chat with Qin Feng. Zhang Hongqiang stared at Qin Feng with cold eyes. Yes, classmate Yi, you should go back first. You are weak and it's time to go back and take medicine. Qin Feng also said with a smile. After these words were spoken, Zhang Hongqiang and his group were stunned. Is this kid an idiot? Zhu Dao and others at the back raised their lips and laughed. Yi is a trouble to them. You? Yi opened her mouth. Are you an idiot? Yi is helping you, and you want to drive her away. Sichu Shui was very angry. Thinking of Yi who was injured and who had just run so fast to chase Qin Feng, her heart ached even more. I know, so I also want to thank classmate Yi. You guys go back first. Qin Feng said helplessly. Having said that, I've only seen this woman twice. Once she was taken to police station, and this time she was blocked by someone. I'm afraid this woman is destined to bring bad luck to me. You, hello. Qin Feng, oh Qin Feng. Do you think your kindness is being taken for granted? We don't care about you anymore. Sichu Shui stomped her feet in anger, then took Yi's hand and left. Hey! Xieshue, wait, Xieshue. Yi called out urgently. But Sichu Shui is a martial artist, how can Yi resist her? Soon the two girls left. Next, it's our turn. Zhu Dao said with narrowed eyes. Chapter 8 I'm not a waste. Zhu Dao's evil smile remained on his face. Let's go, it's not very convenient here. Of course, if you really want to fight here, I'm not afraid, but you might be embarrassed later, after all, so many classmates are watching. You're right. It's really ugly to fight here. Let's go to the alley next to it. Qin Feng pointed to a dead end on the right. There is a school fence on the left side of the road and a residential building on the right side. Usually there are almost no people here except for the ladies buying groceries. Ha 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 ha, very smart. I like. Zhu Dao laughed loudly, and Zhang Hongqian curled up the corners of his mouth. He thought Qin Feng had given up on himself and didn't want to resist anymore. A group of people walked towards the alley, and students passing by stopped and looked at them worriedly. Those people are Zhu Dao and his group, right? Another unlucky guy is about to die. It seems that the transfer student who transferred here today somehow offended Zhang Hongqiang. TSK, why would he mess with Zhang Hongqiang? Just wait and see, this guy will definitely drop out of school tomorrow. What if I don't retreat? Eating shit live. Get lost, you're here to get free food and drinks again. The students were talking about it, but no one dared to intervene. After all, he was the bully of Xinghua. Hui Tailang stood in the crowd, his face covered in sweat and looking terrified. What should I do? What should I do? Not long after, he seemed to have made a decision, gritted his teeth and ran away. In the alley, several people surrounded Qin Feng, each smiling with ill intentions. Student Qin Feng, you have just transferred to Xinghua No. 1 middle school and you don't understand many things. I, Zhang Hongqian, don't have any advantages except that I am kind-hearted. Today I will teach you what you should pay attention to in Xinghua No. 1 middle school. Zhang Hongqian twisted his wrist and walked over with a sneer. Oh? Classmate Zhang, do you have any advice for me? Qin Feng asked with a smile. What advice do you have? Here's one. Zhang Hongqian looked annoyed and punched him suddenly. Zhu Dao and the others looked joking. But just when the fist was about to make close contact with Qin Feng's head, he turned his head slightly, as if dodging inadvertently. Missed. Everyone was stunned. Student Zhang, what are you doing? Want me to see the muscles on your arms? There aren't many. Qin Feng looked disdainful. Asshole. Zhang Hongqiang's eyes were filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and punched Qin Feng in the side of the face. Qin Feng was not in a hurry. He took a half step back and dodged perfectly again. Zhang Hongqiang missed again and became furious. Student Zhang, what should you pay attention to in Xinghua No. 1 middle school? Should you pay attention to your funny actions? They are really funny. Qin Feng smiled brightly. You? Zhang Hongqiang was so angry that his scalp was smoking. Zhu Dao and the others' faces changed slightly, and they felt something was wrong. This kid's reaction is pretty quick. You two, go and catch him. Zhu Dao whispered. Okay, brother Dao. After that, the rest of the students gathered around. Stop. Suddenly, a loud shout with a bit of trembling was heard. Zhu Dao and others all looked towards the alley entrance. But then a tall and thin man walked in. The man had a pale face, holding a steel pipe he had picked up from somewhere, with a determined look in his eyes, and walked towards here step by step. The setting sun shines on his body, rendering him full of momentum, but also illuminates the green hair on his head. It's Hui Tai-lang. So it's the Green Hat King. Everyone burst into laughter after seeing clearly. I was wondering who it was, but it turned out to be you, you bastard. What are you doing? Trying to scare us with a stick. Zhang Hongqiang narrowed his eyes and smiled. Get out of here right now. Remember, get out, or I'll make you live a life worse than death tomorrow. Hui Tai-lang looked terrified, but he did not leave. He said tremblingly, Zhang Hongqiang, we are classmates. We will see each other every day. There is no need to make things so awkward. Let him go. If you have any problem, come to me. Coming for you. Zhang Hongqiang glared and sneered, aren't you tired of dying? What? Do you still want me to take you for a ride? Taking a ride? These two words were like a sharp sword that instantly pierced Hui Tai-lang's heart. Hui Tai-lang's face turned pale and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Qin Feng stared at this. It seems that something happened between Hui Tai-lang and Zhang Hongqiang before. But then again, this person is quite loyal. This guy just turned around, and you're helping him? I say, are you stupid? Who is he to you? Zhu Dao next to him snorted. He is my desk mate. I told you, I will protect him in class 9 of grade 3. Hui Tai-lang shouted out this sentence as if he had used up all his courage. Although the sound is not loud. But this is his limit. Qin Feng was stunned and smiled bitterly for a long time. Little did they know that this sound completely stimulated Zhang Hongqiang and others. Har har har, you protect him, just you. You can't even protect yourself, how can you protect this kid? Several people laughed. Zhang Hongqiang was not afraid of the steel rod in Hui Tai-lang's hand at all. He picked up a stone from the roadside and walked towards Hui Tai-lang angrily. Fuck you, you dare to challenge me. What do you want to do? Hui Tai-lang stepped back repeatedly, extremely nervous. What? Fuck you? Zhang Hongqiang roared and threw a stone at Hui Tai-lang's forehead. This is simply fatal. Hui Tai-lang was horrified and quickly dodged to the side, but he was too slow and the stone fell heavily on his shoulder, making him grimace in pain. Get lost, you bastard. You dare to challenge me. Your dad is useless, but you are even more useless than him. Today I am going to beat you into a cripple like your dad. Cripple. Zhang Hongqiang picked up a stone and continued to throw it at Hui Tai-lang. They are young and frivolous, and they don't know the seriousness of the matter. Their families are rich and powerful, and they don't know what the law is. Maybe one day in the future they will regret what they have done, but when that day comes, what's the use of regretting? If you want to regret, regret it today. Qin Feng walked forward with cold eyes. What do you want to do? Zhu Dao immediately stopped him and frowned. But at this moment, a shocking roar suddenly erupted from over there. My dad is not a waste. Everyone was shocked. It was Hui Tai-lang. He grabbed the steel pipe tightly and jumped up suddenly, and when Zhang Hongqiang was not prepared, he hit him on the forehead. Zhuang? Zhang Hongqiang never thought that the weak Hui Tai-lang would dare to fight back. He was hit hard on the forehead with a stick. He felt dizzy and touched his head. A warm liquid flowed down his hand. R. Zhang Hongqiang's face turned pale and he was filled with fear. He staggered and sat down on the ground. Hui Tai-lang stood up, his eyes were bloodshot and his face was distorted, as if he was going to eat Zhang Hongqiang. His bottom line was touched. That's his father. Is this kid crazy? One of his accomplices muttered. No matter if he's crazy or not, if he dares to hit my cousin, I will make him leave in the 120 ambulance today. Zhu Dao growled angrily and ran towards Hui Tai-lang. Hui Tai-lang was caught off guard and was punched in the face by Zhu Dao, falling heavily to the ground. Beat him to death. Zhu Dao roared, and a group of people surrounded Hui Tai-lang and beat him up. Cousin, avenge me, break his hands for me. Zhang Hongqiang woke up and let out an almost crazy roar. Although Hui Tai-lang was mad, his physical condition was there, and he was no match for Zhu Dao and his group, especially Zhu Dao, who was tall and strong. An ordinary person could not withstand a punch from him. If this continued, Hui Tai-lang would be beaten to death or crippled. But at this moment, one of the people who was beating Hui Tai-lang suddenly flew out. Bang! The man hit the school fence, fell down, and kept rolling on the ground, wailing. What? The others were shocked. It's that transfer student. Zhang Hongqiang shouted. Fight together. Zhu Dao ran towards Qin Feng angrily. Boy, I haven't touched you yet, how dare you come and cause trouble for us? After saying that, he threw a whistling punch. But before the fist arrived, Qin Feng kicked him in the stomach. Bang! Zhu Dao, who was about 1.78 meters tall, flew away like a kite with a broken string. Several students around felt a chill in their hearts. Is this still a human being? How much strength does it take to kick someone away? Tai Lang, stand up. If anyone hits you, hit him back. Tell them that your father is not a waste, and you are not a waste. Qin Feng said coldly. He didn't make a move right away because he wanted to know how brave his new deskmate was. In fact, from the moment Hui Tailang came, Qin Feng decided to make this friend, but to be my Qin Feng's friend, you must never be weak. Hui Tailang seemed to be stimulated. He climbed up, stared ferociously at Zhang Hongqiang beside him, roared, and raised the steel pipe to smash him. Don't be so fucking arrogant. Zhang Hongqiang had no way to retreat, so he gritted his teeth and started fighting with Hui Tailang. The people around him all rushed towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng's threat far exceeds Hui Tailang's. You are already 18 years old, and you should be responsible for what you have done. I guess you must have bullied your classmates a lot in the past, right? Qin Feng said calmly, raised his hand, and fanned towards the people in front of him like lightning. Snap, snap, snap. A series of slapping sounds were heard in the alley. Several people immediately became dizzy, with bright red slap marks all over their cheeks. Kneel down. Qin Feng said coldly. Chapter 9. She needs urgent treatment. You are looking for death. Several people came to their senses, touched their burning faces, and realized what had happened. They were instantly furious and rushed forward again, roaring. Pupper afraid. Qin Feng raised his hand again. Zhu Dao and his companions couldn't even see Qin Feng's movements clearly. They were slapped again and became dizzy again. Don't you like having other students kneel down to you? Kneel down now. I won't repeat it for the third time. Qin Feng said calmly. Several people saw stars and it took a long time for them to stop. One of them still refused to accept the defeat. He gritted his teeth and pulled out a utility knife from his waist. Qin Feng frowned. You're pretty capable, aren't you? Keep jumping around. If you keep being so arrogant, I'll poke 2 holes in your body and let you be so arrogant. The student screamed with blood all over his mouth, looking ferocious. Playing with knives. Qin Feng's face turned cold and he suddenly rushed over. The student panicked. He never expected that Qin Feng was not frightened but rushed towards him instead. He got nervous and stabbed randomly with his eyes closed. But as soon as the knife made its way past him, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and his hand loosened, and the utility knife slipped out of his hand. When he opened his eyes again, the knife was already in Qin Feng's hand. Several of them looked extremely pale. The knife seemed to come alive, spinning flexibly in his palm and fingertips. A chill ran down everyone's heart. Everyone kneel down. Qin Feng shouted coldly. Zhu Dao and others did not dare to resist at all. Zhang Hongqiang, who was fighting Hui Tailang, was also knocked to the ground by a stick and couldn't get up. You are allowed to insult my dad. You are allowed to insult my dad. Hui Tailang was like a madman, attacking wildly with a stick. Zhang Hongqiang used his arms to block and screamed. Tailang, stop it. Qin Feng shouted anxiously. Hui Tailang paused, breathing heavily. You can't be partial. Take care of these ones over here as well. Qin Feng added. Those people widened their eyes and looked at Qin Feng in horror. Hui Tailang grinned and rushed over with a stick. After a while, everyone had bruised and swollen faces, looking miserable. Brother Feng, thank you. Hui Tailang looked at the people lying on the ground wailing, and said while panting. Thank me for what? Without you, I would be the one lying on the ground. You wouldn't fight them without me. No. Hui Tailang shook his head, anger in his eyes. Even if you weren't here, I would beat them up, because they insulted my dad, the hero in my mind. Hero. Qin Feng was stunned. This fight is only a matter of time, but I never thought I could beat them until you showed up, Brother Feng. From now on, I will follow you. Hui Tailang looked determined. I didn't say I wanted to recruit a younger brother. Qin Feng was speechless. Hui Tailang was stunned. We can be brothers, Qin Feng said with a smile. Hui Tailang looked at him dully for a long while, then his resolute gaze softened and a few tears flowed out, but he quickly wiped them away. Brother Feng, we are brothers from now on. We will go through life and death together. No matter what. Hui Tailang said in a sonorous voice and secretly made a vow in his heart. Stop it. At this moment, a violent gasp was heard. Qin Feng and others looked sideways and saw Yi rushing over with several bodyguards. She ran over with a knife in her hand that she had gotten from somewhere, holding it against her neck. The bodyguards behind her were terrified and shouted anxiously, Miss, don't mess around, we'll just go. It turned out that after Yi was pulled away by Sichu Shui, she was still worried about Qin Feng and wanted to ask the bodyguards guarding outside the campus to rescue Qin Feng, but the bodyguards refused, so Yi had to use this extreme method. He is my benefactor, I can't just stand by and watch him die. Yi thought so in her heart. But when she reached the alley, she was completely stunned. Zhu Dao, Zhang Hongqiang and others were lying on the ground in all directions. Hui Tailang was standing there with scars all over his body, holding a stick, while Qin Feng was standing there as if nothing had happened. Is it Yi, the school beauty? Hui Tailang became nervous. What's going on? Yi came over, looking surprised. I'm not sure. Just now, classmate Zhang Hongqiang wanted to introduce his cousin Zhu Dao to us, but when they got here, they didn't look at the road clearly and all fell to the ground. Each of them had a bruised face. Classmate Yi, do you have a phone number? Please call 120. Alas, they are too careless. Qin Feng shook his head repeatedly. Yi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. How could she believe it? Looking at the scars on their bodies, they were clearly caused by being beaten with sticks. Was this done by Hui Tailang? Impossible. Although Yi had little contact with Hui Tailang, she knew him to some extent. With Hui Tailang's physique, he could never be a match for people like Zhu Dao and Zhang Hongqiang. Could it be Qin Feng? That's impossible, right? Even if Qin Feng is included, can two people beat these 7 or 8 people? What on earth is going on here? Forget it, as long as Qin Feng is fine. Yi breathed a sigh of relief and asked her bodyguard to make a phone call. Student Qin Feng, Student Hui, you must follow me immediately. Although you are fine, they are injured. Once the school holds you accountable, you will still be in trouble. If you follow me, I can testify for you tomorrow that their injuries have nothing to do with you. Yi said hurriedly. She didn't like Zhang Hongqiang and his group, so she naturally stood on Qin Feng's side. Thank you very much. Qin Feng smiled gently. He is worthy of being the school belle, she is beautiful and kind-hearted. Hui Tailang smiled obscenely, and when his mouth split open, it tore the wound, causing him to gasp in pain. With the help of the school beauty Yi, Qin Feng and Hui Tailang would not be afraid even if Zhang Hongqiang and others reported the matter to the school. After all, the power of the Yi family was not something the Zhang family could afford to offend. But at this moment, Yi, who had just taken 2 steps, suddenly turned pale, cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and her steps became unsteady. Miss, are you okay? The bodyguard noticed something was wrong and asked quickly. I'm fine, let's go back, it's too late and my dad will be worried. Yi said this, but she was weak and had difficulty speaking. Quick, drive the car in and bring the medicine back to the young lady immediately. The bodyguard was horrified and shouted hurriedly. But at this moment of speaking, Yi seemed to be peeling off a cocoon, all the strength in her body disappeared, her eyes dimmed, and she fell down softly. Qin Feng was quick to support him immediately. Miss! The bodyguards were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweats and were all in a panic. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, and he immediately felt his pulse with his hand, his face suddenly tensed. Her condition is very critical. It's too late to send her to the hospital now. I must treat her immediately. What are you doing, kid? Let go. We have to take the lady back immediately, a bodyguard said angrily. Do you want your young lady to die on the road? The cold in her body has already corroded the main blood vessels, and the blood there has already coagulated. In 10 minutes, she will be completely frozen to death. By then, even if the King of Heaven comes, he will not be able to save your young lady. Qin Feng snorted coldly. When the bodyguards heard this, they were all stunned. But Qin Feng suddenly picked up Yi and rushed towards the alley. Where are you going? Stop. The bodyguards chased after him vigorously. But what was surprising was that even though Qin Feng was holding someone, he still ran very fast, and the bodyguards could not catch up with him no matter how hard they tried. Some students who were about to leave the campus saw a strange scene. After school, the transfer student ran in the sunset holding the school beauty horizontally, and disappeared in front of the empty teaching building. Boom! Qin Feng kicked hard, and the locked door of the classroom was immediately kicked open. He kicked and several tables were pushed together. He quickly laid Yi flat on the table, then blocked the door and pulled the curtains of the classroom. At this moment, school beauty Yi was curled up all over, her face was extremely pale, cold sweat kept pouring out of her, and she was shivering like a frightened kitten. Her bloodless cherry lips kept murmuring, her brows were tightly furrowed, and she looked unconscious. Girl, you are lucky to have met me. I am afraid that no one in this world can cure your illness except me. Qin Feng exhaled, and reached his palm towards his waist. Several cold lights were like slender meteors, spinning in his palm like elves. Yi, who was in a daze, tried her best to open her eyes, but she saw a face that she would never forget in her life. That man ruled the world, controlled life and death, and was invincible. Is that, classmate Qin Feng? Chapter 10, Repaying Kindness with Enmity? Yi didn't remember what happened next. She only felt the coldness in her body gradually fade away, replaced by a warm feeling. This feeling made her fall asleep. When she woke up, she didn't know how much time had passed. Qin Feng put his hand on Yi's forehead, closed his eyes, and gathered his energy slightly. A warm breath flowed through his palm and into Yi's forehead. She slowly opened her eyes. Although her complexion was still very bad, it was much better than before. Student Yi, the situation just now was urgent. All I did was fulfill my duties as a doctor. I hope you don't mind. Qin Feng said to Yi with a serious face. Yi's eyes trembled slightly. She looked at her body and found that her clothes had been moved. In an instant, her face turned red. I believe you, Qin Feng. After a long time, Yi said in a voice as thin as a mosquito's. Thank you. Qin Feng nodded, his eyes clear, but it's not over yet, please be patient. After saying that, he pinched the silver needle and moved his fingers on Yi's abdomen. Suddenly, he grabbed a point, his pupils flashed a cold light, and the silver needle pierced over like a meteor. Fast. Ruthless. Accurate. The most taboo for a doctor when inserting a needle is hesitation. The study of acupuncture not only requires the Chinese medicine practitioner's skill in using needles, but also pays attention to the understanding of acupoints and the direction of the patient's disease. There is a chill in Yi's body at the moment. This chill has probably been there since the day she was born. If she were an ordinary child, she would have died before the age of 10. Only a consortium boss like Yi who has so many rare treasures to prolong Yi's life. Although Yi's body was extremely cold at the moment, she felt like her face was burning. I was actually seen naked by a man. And this man is a classmate of ours. What should I do? Yi, how are you going to get married in the future? Yi's heart was pounding and her brain was in a mess. She looked at Qin Feng quietly, and her heart immediately beat even faster, as if it was going to jump out of her throat. Qin Feng, who was concentrating on acupuncture, had an extremely serious expression on his face, a complete change of his previous weak image. At this moment, he was like a general who had won every battle, like an iron-blooded tough guy who would never fall down. The luster in his eyes was a spirit of never giving up. Sweat slid down his cheeks, which looked as sharp as a knife or an axe, but he was completely unaware of it. Is this Qin Feng? Yi's heart trembled, and she felt as if something deep in her heart was opened. She then realized that it seemed that from this moment on, she had truly known Qin Feng. Was everything we saw before just a disguise? The cold air gradually receded, and Yi's cute frown also relaxed. The acupuncture is over. Please wait another 15 minutes. Qin Feng said, suddenly raised his hand, raised his index finger, and pressed it without warning. Yi was horrified, her eyes filled with tears, and she looked at the scene in disbelief. Student Yi, I'm treating you now. It's not good to hide your illness and avoid seeing a doctor. How could Qin Feng not know the shyness of the little girl? But the situation was urgent, so how could he care so much? Yi's cheeks were almost bleeding, luckily there was no one around. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled constantly. I'm sorry, I lost my temper. A sound as thin as a mosquito's buzz floated out. Qin Feng nodded silently, his fingers pressing there lightly. Yi only felt a warm current somehow generated in her abdomen. This warm current was like a warm breeze in the spring, flowing through her body and clearing away all the cold air in her body. Yi couldn't help it. She opened her little mouth slightly and made a cat-like sound. It really makes people who listen to it restless. 15 minutes later, Qin Feng retracted his fingers, raised his hand, and the silver needles inserted into Yi's lower abdomen all turned into cold light and disappeared. Yi opened her eyes again, and her complexion returned to normal. You've had this disease for a while now. The cold has already penetrated into your bones. If you want to completely cure it, acupuncture once or twice will not work. You need at least 5 more courses of treatment before you can be fully cured. Qin Feng clapped his hands and smiled. Thank you, classmate Qin. Yi said gratefully, but her heart was also extremely shocked. Who is this Qin? Why is he so young but has such advanced medical skills? Chinese medicine. Yi Hu had asked a Chinese medicine expert to treat her, but it was ineffective. However, Qin Feng was able to control his condition in such a short time. Is he a master of Chinese medicine? It's incredible. Yi was lost in thought. Bang! At this moment, the door was violently slammed open. They are here! Shouts rang out in the corridor, followed by a large number of bodyguards in suits and armed with pistols rushing in. Miss, are you okay? A bodyguard shouted anxiously. I'm fine. Yi shook her head. At this moment, her face was rosy and her spirit was better than that of a normal person. Security Captain Zhang Hao was stunned. He has been in charge of the lady's security for so many years, and he has never seen the lady look so good. What's going on? Could it be? Zhang Hao's eyes fell on Qin Feng. After school in the afternoon, in an empty classroom, a man and a woman were alone. Boom! Zhang Hao's head exploded instantly. Could it be that the lady was given? A chill instantly hit Zhang Hao's whole body. It's over. It's over. If the master knew about this, everyone, including him, would be in trouble. Asshole! Asshole! Zhang Hao couldn't suppress his anger and shouted at Qin Feng, beat him to death. Yes. The bodyguards rushed forward together and started fighting with fists and kicks. Yi was horrified and shouted anxiously, stop. But, it's too late. Bang! 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 Several muffled sounds spread throughout the classroom. Then several figures flew past Yi and fell heavily on the desk behind her. These people were actually the bodyguards who rushed towards Qin Feng. Bang! Their weight of more than 100 kilograms crushed all the desks. Yi and Zhang Hao were stunned. They turned their heads and saw 4 security guards rolling on the ground, unable to get up. But seeing Qin Feng standing still, like a benchmark, towering and motionless, with a cold expression, I cured your young lady and saved her life, so I am the benefactor of your Yi family. What? Is this how you treat your lifesaver? Yi's autumn eyes trembled, and her cherry lips opened slightly. Qin Feng, so awesome. The bodyguards hired by Yi who were paid tens of thousands per month, and most of them were veterans. Their physical fitness was good, but when facing Qin Feng, they were knocked down without even a face-to-face. Zhang Hao was also stunned. He had never encountered such a thing before. Is he a martial artist? Zhang Hao focused his eyes and approached carefully. He had been a soldier for 8 years and had always had the best grades in the army. After retiring, he worked as a bodyguard for another 5 years. Now he is a professional bodyguard with an annual salary of $500,000. Normally, he can easily defeat black belt taekwondo opponents, but when facing this tall and thin student, he felt inexplicably guilty. Wrong. Zhang Hao suddenly realized something. He calmed down and looked at the half of Qin Feng's arm that was exposed when he rolled up his sleeves. His pupils suddenly shrank and his face was filled with shock. That's not thinness at all. That's a person who has practiced martial arts to the extreme, with not much fat on his body, only the fake thinness of muscles. Just like Bruce Lee, although he looks thin from the outside, his tight clothes hide a body of muscles with terrifying explosive power. But, that is a legend after all. This student can't possibly become as inhuman as Bruce Lee, right? Zhang Hao took a deep breath and rushed forward without thinking twice. If I can't subdue this kid, not only will I not be able to explain to my boss, but my reputation will also be ruined. Call. Zhang Hao threw a punch. His fist, as big as a sandbag, was very powerful, enough to split wood and stone. If ordinary people saw this, they would have been frightened to the point of weakness. But Qin Feng remained calm and just tilted his head slightly. It missed. Zhang Hao was stunned. Is this guy quick to react? Or is he just lucky? He gritted his teeth and swept his fist across. But Qin Feng nimbly dodged away. I don't believe you can dodge it forever. Zhang Hao was angry and launched the third round of attack again without giving up. But at this moment, Qin Feng's foot came over. Bang! Zhang Hao was kicked in the lower abdomen. At that moment, he felt that all the muscles and strength in his body collapsed. He flew backwards uncontrollably and hit the blackboard at the back of the classroom heavily. The bodyguards were all dumbfounded. Zhang Hao, who is nearly 2 meters tall, was kicked away by this student. Is this still a human being? Chapter 11, Apology. The classroom after school was surprisingly weird, with a few burly men in suits and 2 students in ordinary clothes. Everyone just stared at each other and dealt with it like that. I really won't hide all the time. There's no need for me to hide from someone who hasn't even mastered the 3rd level of military boxing. Qin Feng patted his sleeves and said lightly. Zhang Hao, who fell to the ground, was suddenly filled with ashamed. However, at this moment, his pupils shrank and he suddenly thought of something. How do you know the 3rd level of military boxing? Ordinary people have only heard of military boxing and think that it is the basic boxing in the army. In fact, it has been improved several times. In recent years, military boxing has undergone a leap forward, from a general boxing to a martial boxing, and is divided into 3 levels. The military boxing moves circulating outside have long been eliminated by the army. The people in the army practice the improved martial boxing, which has more fierce, tricky and impeccable moves. Ordinary soldiers learn the 1st level, while outstanding soldiers like Zhang Hao who are qualified to participate in special forces selection can learn the 2nd level. However, due to a failure in the selection, Zhang Hao failed to become a special forces soldier and retired early. However, his mastery of military boxing has surpassed the 2nd level and entered the 3rd level. Although he failed to reach the 3rd stage, the 2nd stage was already extremely excellent. Zhang Hao has always been proud of it, and it has become the standard for him to brag about in his daily life. But unexpectedly, today he was despised by a student. Qin Feng was obviously not interested in answering Zhang Hao's question. He glanced at Yi and said calmly, "Since we are classmates, I won't charge you for today's treatment. Besides, I am not interested in your young lady. Don't bother me again in the future, or I won't mind throwing you out of here next time." After saying that, Qin Feng put his hands behind his back, shook his head and walked out of the classroom. Qin Feng! Wait! Qin Feng! Yi hurriedly chased after him, her little face full of anxiety. "Miss Yi, is there anything else?" Qin Feng asked calmly, with a strong sense of rejection in his voice. Yi's face turned pale, she bit her thin lips and whispered, "Qin Feng, thank you for saving me. Also, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. This is all because of me. When I go back later, I will ask my dad to fire these bodyguards. Please forgive me, okay?" The girl's eyes were full of self-blame. Qin Feng frowned when he heard this. "Student Yi, first of all, you have to understand that your bodyguards are not wrong. On the contrary, they are very competent. If you want to ask for my forgiveness and dismiss them, it is completely unnecessary because I am not angry with them." "So, are you angry with me?" Yi said in surprise. "Yes." Qin Feng said bluntly. Yi's heart suddenly tightened. Was he angry with her? She had grown up knowing that no matter how big a mistake she made, she would be forgiven. But this Qin Feng is completely different. "Did I do something wrong?" Yi murmured in a low voice, tears flashing in her autumn eyes. "You did nothing wrong." Qin Feng sighed and said helplessly, "But I'm really unlucky to meet you, classmate Yi. Count it yourself. How many times have we met? The first time, because of you, I was surrounded by dozens of big men and was locked up in the police station. The second time we met, not only was I blocked by the school bully, but I was also beaten by your bodyguards. Which time was not because of you. So I hope that you and I can keep some distance to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he waved his hand and left, disappearing into the aisle. Yi's eyes suddenly became dull, her lips turned pale, and she stared blankly in the direction Qin Feng left, motionless. A long time. Come back with me right now and find my dad, Yi said, her voice a little cold. Zhang Hao and other bodyguards were all shocked. They had never heard the goddess-like young lady speak in such a tone. Yes, Zhang Hao said stiffly. After a while, two black BMW X5s sped out of the school gate. Inside the Yi family villa, a serious-looking middle-aged man in a white shirt suddenly stood up and looked at the quiet girl sitting on the sofa with an incredible look. What did you say? Yi, you were saved by your classmates. Yes, Dad, that man is the Chinese doctor who saved me last time, Yi said. That guy again? Yihu's brows twisted into knots, and after a moment of deep thought, he said, I've already checked the last incident. It was the Golden Dragon gang who did it. They hope to use you to force me to give up the bid for the land in the southwest of Xinhua City. But don't worry, Yi, I've already given the Golden Dragon gang a warning. They dare not move for the time being. But this classmate you mentioned is too suspicious. Dad, other people have saved me twice. Why are you still making random guesses? Do you really want your daughter to die there before you will be satisfied? Yi stomped her feet in anger. But isn't it too much of a coincidence that this person appears at this critical juncture? Yi, you are still young and don't understand that human hearts are unpredictable. Yihu shook his head helplessly. Dad, you are right. You can't judge a person by his appearance. When interacting with anyone, you can't just look at his appearance. But Dad, Qin Feng saved me one after another. If he really wanted to harm me, why did he do this? Yi stood up and said righteously. Maybe it's for me, Yihu said indifferently. Yi was speechless. Master. At this time, Zhang Hao walked in. Zhang Hao, have you found all the things I asked you to check? Yihu turned his head. Master, I have asked someone to investigate. Apart from knowing that this guy has been setting up a stall on the street outside Libu Park since he retired from the army, there is no other information, Zhang Hao said. What? Yihu was surprised. He took the information from Zhang Hao's hand, looked at it carefully, and his face became more and more solemn. Dad, have you sent someone to investigate Qin Feng? Yi stood up suddenly, her little face full of unconcealable anger. Dad is doing this for your own good, Yihu said seriously. You obviously want your daughter to be ungrateful and heartless. Yi's eyes turned red, she turned around and ran upstairs. Dad has too many enemies, so we have to be on guard. Yihu shook his head and sighed. He threw the information aside, lit a cigarette, and began to think deeply. Except for knowing that this guy's name is Qin Feng and that he was a soldier, we don't know anything else. We can't even find out how many years he served in the army. It shows that this person is very abnormal. Zhang Hao, do you think this guy is a member of the Golden Dragon gang? No. Zhang Hao shook his head. Veterans will not join a dirty gang like the Golden Dragon gang. Soldiers have their own pride and dignity, and Qin Feng should not be just an ordinary soldier in the army. Why do you say that? I can't last more than 3 moves in his hands. Zhang Hao hesitated, but still said it. Yihu was shocked. Is he a special forces soldier? It's possible. Boss, Zhang Hao has something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Go ahead. Actually, boss, maybe what the young lady said is true. Maybe, you are just worrying too much. You don't know that when the young lady went to the hospital for a checkup just now, the doctor said that the young lady's condition is much better than a few days ago. It's just an external injury, of course it will get better soon. Yihu didn't care. Zhang Hao hesitated and whispered, the doctor said it's the heart. What? Yihu's fingers trembled on the cigarette but fell down. Master, what's wrong with you? Quick, prepare the car immediately, quick. Knock knock knock. There was a slight knock on the door. Qin Feng, who was sitting in a chair reading a book, frowned and glanced at the old clock on the wall. It's already 9 o'clock. Who's here so late? Is someone here to see a doctor? Qin Feng thought about it, walked over and opened the door. But look at a middle-aged man with a slicked back hair standing in front of the door. The man has a dignified face, a serious expression, and a pair of very deep eyes, which are the eyes of people who have experienced many ups and downs. Who are you? Is that Mr. Qin? The man's serious expression softened a little, he smiled slightly, and there was a hint of respect in his tone. It's me. Hello, Mr. Qin. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yi Hu, and I am the father of your classmate Yi. Mr. Qin, nice to meet you. Yi Hu stretched out his hand and smiled warmly. But Qin Feng did not shake hands with him. He held the door with one hand and said calmly, "It's Boss Yi. What's up? Is there something wrong?" Yi Hu was a little embarrassed, but soon returned to normal. He smiled, then took a step back and bowed deeply to Qin Feng. "Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry about what happened during the day. I apologize to you here." He bowed at a perfect 90 degrees, and his body remained motionless, with his head lowered deeply, as if he was waiting for Qin Feng's reply. Chapter 12, Handsome. Qin Feng was stunned, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. He hurriedly helped Yi Hu up. "What is Boss Yi doing? Yi and I are classmates. Even if there is a conflict, you shouldn't come here to apologize," Qin Feng said. "Why didn't you help me up earlier? My waist is sore." The corner of Yi Hu's mouth twitched, but his face was normal. He shook his head and said, "Mr. Qin is a generous person. Even if there is something wrong with Yi, he will definitely forgive her. However, what happened at school during the day was related to me. If I hadn't arranged for Zhang Hao and others to protect Yi, they would not have clashed with you, Mr. Qin. So this apology must be made." "Oh." Qin Feng looked him up and down, and said calmly, "Boss Yi, you are too polite. I understand that you love your daughter so much. Although I am a poor student, I have heard of Boss Yi's reputation. Boss Yi is not a person who likes to condescend. He threw away his dignity and apologized to a poor student in person. He must have something to ask for. Let's stop beating around the bush. Tell me, Boss Yi, what brings you here in person?" A trace of surprise flashed across Yi Hu's deep eyes. He knew from Zhang Hao that Qin Feng was extraordinary, but he didn't expect that even when facing himself, a corporate giant in Xinghua City, this student could still remain calm and see through his purpose at a glance. It seems that this kid is indeed not simple. Since classmate Qin has said so, I won't beat around the bush. This time, Yi came here not only to apologize to classmate Qin, but also to ask for a favor. As Yi Hu spoke, he took out a golden bank card from his pocket and handed it over. "This is. There is 1 million in it, and the password is 6 ones. Although it's not much, it is a small token of my gratitude to classmate Qin for saving my daughter twice. Please accept it," Yi Hu said with a smile. "Oh." Qin Feng took it calmly. 1 million is indeed not much for him. For those who can ask him to treat their illnesses in this world, money alone is definitely not enough. It also depends on his mood. But anyone who knows the name of King knows that as long as King is willing to help, even if the person dies, he must come back to life. Because your orders are as great as the sky. Although you gave me this money, I think it is what I deserve. As for the help you said you would help me with, I don't want to help. You can go." Qin Feng put the card in his pocket and smiled slightly. Yi Hu's mouth twitched and he froze. He didn't expect that Qin Feng would just take the money and ignore him. After a while, he came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. "Since Mr. Qin is unwilling to help, it doesn't matter. Please forgive me for disturbing you so late at night. Yi will take his leave first." After saying this, he turned around and walked away heavily. Qin Feng waited until Yi Hu got in the car without saying a word. His eyes are sad, without anger or desire. It seems that he really intends to come and save his daughter. Well, just help him this time. After all, his daughter is so beautiful. Qin Feng touched his chin and murmured, then turned around and closed the door. With this card, I don't have to go out to set up a stall for the time being. The next day, Qin Feng walked into the classroom as if nothing had happened, but as soon as he appeared, everyone's eyes were focused on him. How come Qin Feng is okay? Wasn't he blocked at the school gate by Ju Dao and Zhang Hongqiang after school yesterday? It's strange that Zhang Hongqiang hasn't shown up yet. Could it be that Qin Feng sent Zhang Hongqiang to the hospital, so he didn't come? How is that possible? But someone saw Qin Feng carrying Yi Xiaohua into an empty classroom after school yesterday. What are you talking about? He and school beauty Yi went into an empty classroom. I think you are crazy. The students were whispering and talking to each other. All kinds of gossip were flying around everyone's lips. Qin Feng sat in his seat as if he was deaf to the gossip around him. Hui Tailang had been lying on the table for a long time. When he raised his head, many classmates burst into laughter. At this moment, Hui Tailang's nose and face were swollen, and he looked like a pig's head with green hair. Qin Feng was also shocked. Who are you, bro? Brother Feng, I am Hui Tailang. Hui Tailang said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Qin Feng was stunned. Hui Tailang. I remember that your injury was not that serious yesterday. Did you get beaten again when you got home? No. I was just too cocky yesterday and rolled down the slope on my way home. Hui Tailang wanted to cry but had no tears. See, what does it mean to be struck by lightning when you act cool? Don't do that, brother Feng. If we really talk about showing off, I'm definitely no match for you. I'm awesome, why do I need to pretend? Yes, brother Feng is right. Hui Tailang had a flattering look on his face. After what happened yesterday, he had been full of admiration for Qin Feng and dared not call him by his name. Qin Feng couldn't stand this guy, so he picked up a book and put it on the table, then closed his eyes. Brother Feng, come to think of it, we are really unlucky. Yesterday was the first time we were desk mates, and today we have to separate. Sigh. Hui Tailang supported his chin with one hand, sighed, and a wry smile appeared on his face. Qin Feng looked at him curiously. What are you talking about? It's like a life and death separation. Zhang Hongqiang and his guys are in the hospital. Hui Tailang said in a low voice. Qin Feng suddenly realized. Zhang Hongqiang and others were hospitalized together. The matter must be complicated. If it is revealed that Qin Feng and Hui Tailang did it, they will definitely be expelled from school. With the strength of the Zhang family, it would be too easy to manipulate it. How can we ordinary people be their opponents? As long as Zhang Hongqiang says it was us who did it, we'll be finished. Hui Tailang sighed. What? Do you regret it? Qin Feng asked. Regret? How is that possible? Hui Tailang snorted and laughed, the haze on his face swept away. Although I, Hui Tailang, like to brag, some things are done and they are done. You are my deskmate, and I will definitely protect you if I say so. What's more, I have wanted to beat up that bastard Zhang Hongqiang for a long time. I will accept it even if I have to drop out of school. Although you and I were deskmates for only one day, I will never forget you. Speak freely and don't care. He is quite a man. Qin Feng smiled lightly and said nothing more. At this time, there was some commotion at the door. The students in the classroom looked towards the door and saw a pitiful girl walking in. The girl's eyes were red, and she lowered her head with a sad look. She glanced at Qin Feng, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she kept all the words in her heart and sat in her seat. Countless boys' hearts were immediately gripped, and they stood up one by one, filled with righteous indignation. Studenty. What's wrong with you? Did anyone bully you? Tell me. Damn it, who did it? Angry voices rang out in the classroom. The boys rioted, and even the girls, the most heartless ones, were moved by Yi's pitiful appearance. What happened to school beauty Yi? Was she bullied? Hui Tailang asked curiously with a pig head. Qin Feng, why is he like this? Sichushua walked over carelessly and slapped the table, her little face full of anger. I don't know. Qin Feng said calmly. You? Sichushua was furious, glanced at Yi, and gritted her teeth. I have lived a life of fame in vain. I was deceived by this little girl yesterday. I didn't expect that she didn't go home, but ran to save you. Qin Feng, I ask you honestly, did you do anything to Yi? Yes. Qin Feng said calmly. Sichushua's breathing tightened, her eyes widened. What did you do? Qin Feng grinned, secret. You? Sichushua was stunned for a long time before she realized that Qin Feng was playing a trick on her. She immediately stomped her feet in anger. Qin Feng, just wait for me. Oh. Qin Feng replied and continued reading. Sichuan's pretty face turned red and white with anger. She stomped her feet and left angrily. The classmates around him looked at him sideways, some with murderous glances. It turned out to be Qin Feng. Hateful. Just wait, he'll be in trouble. A few tiny voices floated over. But Qin Feng didn't care. Wow, Brother Feng, this is amazing. First it was School Bell Yi, and now it's School Bell Sichu. It's only the second day since you transferred to our class, and you've already picked the two most beautiful girls in our class. Hui Tailan's eyes lit up, and he grabbed Qin Feng's arm. Brother Feng, Boss Feng, Master Feng. Teach me a few moves. Okay, just one move. What is it? Yes, handsome. The bell for the last class of the morning rang. The students left the classroom in twos and threes. Sichuan packed her textbooks early and sat down next to Yi's seat waiting. Student Yi. At this time, Qin Feng came over. Both girls were stunned. Their whole class focused their attention. Classmate Qin Feng, is there something wrong? Yi's autumn eyes slightly opened, her sweet tongue a little tangled. I need to talk to your dad about something. Give him a call and let's make an appointment for a place to meet. Qin Feng said. Okay. Yi was confused but did not refuse. What are you looking for his father for? Sichuan beside her asked vigilantly. There was nothing to hide, so Qin Feng said directly, about her illness. After these words were spoken, the two girls' bodies shook at the same time. Chapter 13, The Challenge. After receiving the call, Yihu rushed over from the company. He chose an address that was not too far away, just opposite Xinghua No. 1 Middle School, the Yinkajia restaurant. Yihu was also wealthy and he booked the second floor of the restaurant at noon. Upon learning that the distinguished guest was the chairman of Xinghua Group, the owner of the restaurant hurried over to drink with him, but was stopped outside the door by Yihu's bodyguards. Mr. Qin, have you thought it through? If you are willing to help, money is not a problem. I can meet any conditions you want as long as you are willing to save my daughter. Yihu said anxiously. Sichuan next to her also looked expectant. Yi and she grew up together, and they were good friends who could talk about anything. Sichuan naturally understood Yi's illness. She had a wish since she was a child, which was to cure Yi's disease. For this reason, she was determined to apply for medical university. However, now she realized how naive her idea was. Even so, many internationally renowned doctors were helpless. By the time she learned it, it was too late. But now, it seems that the person in front of me has a way. Why don't you ask me if I can cure classmate Yi? Qin Feng said. Yihu paused for a moment, and said in astonishment, then, Mr. Qin, are you sure you can cure my daughter? Yes, there is, but the treatment process is relatively long. Miss Yi's heart problem is congenital, and this is not an ordinary disease. There is a gas in her heart. If this gas is not cleared away, it is equivalent to placing a time bomb in her heart. To clear this gas, modern medical technology is unable to do it, and we can only rely on traditional Chinese medicine. Qin Feng talked freely. Yihu's eyes lit up when he heard the voice. Qin Feng, how do you know so much? Uncle Yi spent a long time investigating before he found out Yi's illness. Sichuan said in surprise. Because I am a miracle doctor. Qin Feng smiled with the corners of his mouth raised. Go ahead and brag. Don't think I don't know that you don't even have a medical license. Sichuan snorted. Then Mr. Qin, please help save my daughter. I only have this one daughter. As long as you are willing, I will give you whatever you want. I kowtow to you. Yihu was a little excited. He stood up from the chair and was about to kneel down. Qin Feng immediately reached out to stop him. Mr. Yi, you don't have to be so polite. Yi is my classmate, how can I just stand by and watch her die? But if you want me to save her, you have to agree to a few of my conditions. Qin Feng said. Mr. Qin, just state the conditions. You say. Yihu said hurriedly. Qin Feng said seriously, first, while I am treating Yi, you cannot question my medical skills. If anyone questions or interferes with my treatment, I will stop the treatment. I will not continue. Don't worry, since I dare to let Mr. Qin treat my daughter, I must trust Mr. Qin. Just go ahead and treat her boldly. I will never have any doubts about your medical skills. Yi Hu patted his chest and said. Qin Feng nodded. Second point, help me find someone named Liu Banruo. Are you from this city? Yi Hu asked. Probably, right. Qin Feng seemed to be lost in thought, his eyes a little absent-minded. Sichu Shui and Yi looked at Qin Feng curiously. Liu Banruo? Who is that? It's easy to find someone. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will help Mr. Qin find him. I feel relieved with what Mr. Yi said. The third point is relatively simple for you. I had a conflict with a classmate at school yesterday. I heard that Mr. Yi has some connections in this city. I want Mr. Yi to help me deal with it. I wonder who Mr. Qin is having a conflict with. Yi Hu asked after thinking for a while. There are many descendants of big bosses in Xinghua number 1 middle school, so Yi Hu didn't dare to agree rashly. Zhang family, Zhang Hongqian. Qin Feng said indifferently. The Zhang family. Although it's a bit troublesome, it can be handled. Yi Hu thought about it and clapped his hands in response. Yi and Sichu Shui looked at each other and smiled. If Yi asked Yi Hu about this matter, she might be rejected. Yi Hu is a businessman and will not offend anyone for the sake of Yi's classmate friendship. But Qin Feng is different. Now he is almost a guest of honor in the Qin family. Okay, then let's just go with these 3 points. I'll write you a prescription later and you can go to the pharmacy to get it. Starting tomorrow, I'll come to your house in person every night to give acupuncture to classmate Yi. Qin Feng said. I'll send a car to pick up Mr. Qin. If Mr. Qin doesn't mind, he can come back with my daughter. Yi Hu said hurriedly. No need, I don't mind. But if other students see it, it will have a bad influence on Yi. She is the school belle. Qin Feng touched his nose. Yi's cheeks turned red and she lowered her head shyly. She knew what Qin Feng meant. After all, every time she was with Qin Feng, she would always cause Qin Feng a lot of trouble. Har, Mr. Qin is so thoughtful. Thank you so much. It's really a blessing for Yi to have a gentleman like Mr. Qin as her classmate. Gentleman. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment and looked at Yi Hu in disbelief. This person's vision is really amazing. He can tell my character at a glance, incredible. Yi Hu was in a good mood. He ordered a table of wine and wanted to toast with Qin Feng, but was rejected by Qin Feng. After a hearty lunch, Qin Feng burped and returned to the classroom alone. Yi was in a good mood, sweeping away the morning gloom. She even took the initiative to greet other female classmates. From time to time, she turned her head to look at Qin Feng while sitting in her seat, with a faint smile on her face. This made the classmates suspicious. What happened to Yi Da's campus beauty? Did she take the wrong medicine? Hui Tailang walked in with his school bag, glanced at Yi, then leaned closer and whispered to Qin Feng. It's time to take the medicine. Qin Feng said casually with his eyes closed. It's time to take medicine. What does that mean? Hui Tailang was confused, but he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he whispered, Brother Feng, when I just entered the school gate, I saw people from the Zhang family. They seem to have just come from a hospital. Maybe we will be in trouble this afternoon. If enemies come, we will fight them. If water comes, we will block it with earth. Just focus on your studies. Qin Feng smiled faintly. You are worthy of being Brother Feng. You remain calm even when Mount Tai collapses in front of you. Hui Tailang smiled, but there was a bit of bitterness. It seemed that he was prepared. As class was about to start, Hui Tailang sat upright in his seat with an extremely tense expression. Who is Qin Feng? At this moment, a head popped in from the front door. Hui Tailang quickly looked up and said in surprise, It doesn't look like someone from the school. Then it looks like there will be a lot of trouble. Qin Feng said lightly. A student standing at the door pointed at Qin Feng, and that person immediately walked in and stood beside Qin Feng's desk. This man was very tall, nearly 1.9 meters, with a strong build and a good-looking appearance. It's Senior Aaron. He's so handsome. You are indeed the school idol. I heard he's a black belt in Taekwondo, so awesome. Senior Aaron is handsome and his grades are good. He is also a Taekwondo champion. If I could become his girlfriend, it would be the happiest thing in the world. The girls in the class couldn't control themselves at all and stared at this man with obsessed eyes. Humph, a bunch of ugly girls that no one wants. Hu Yaluan sneered secretly, not caring at all, but his eyes quickly swept over Sichu Shui and Yi, and then turned around and stared at Qin Feng, who didn't even look at him. Are you Qin Feng? Is there something wrong? If not, just go. Class is about to start. Don't disturb my studies. Qin Feng said calmly. But just as he finished speaking, a big hand grabbed the books on the table and threw them hard to the ground. Bang! The whole class fell silent. People looked at Hu Yaluan in astonishment. What are you doing? Hui Tailang stood up suddenly. It has nothing to do with you. Sit down. Hu Yaluan shouted with great momentum. Hui Tailang's face turned pale and he was actually stunned. Senior Hu, are you okay? Sichu Shui over there seemed to know Hu Yaluan and suddenly stood up and walked over. Xiaoshui, It's not a big deal. I heard that a junior in our club was bullied by this Qin Feng, so I came here today to challenge him. Hu Yaluan gave the two girls a bright smile, then took out a sealed piece of letter paper from his arms and placed it on the table. There were 3 eye-catching big words written on it. Challenge letter. Suddenly, their whole class was silent. People opened their mouths. Even Sichu Shui was a little overwhelmed. Issue a challenge? Taekwondo captain Hu Yaluan is going to challenge Qin Feng. Chapter 14, The Arrogance of the Transfer Student. Which junior was bullied? Sichu Shui came back to her senses and frowned. This is Junior Lin He. Hu Yaluan said after hesitating. Sichu Shui looked at Hu Yaluan with suspicion and distrust. Lin He and Qin Feng don't know each other at all, and Qin Feng has only been transferred to Xinghua No. 1 middle school for 1 day. How could he have a conflict with Qin Feng? This. Hu Yaluan paused, his face suddenly filled with anger, and he said aggressively, anyway, what junior brother Lin He told me personally is definitely not false. Our Taekwondo club has never suffered such a loss since its establishment. No matter what. I have to get back at you. Qin Feng, I want to ask you, do you dare to accept the challenge letter? Hu Yaluan didn't want to argue with Sichu Shui anymore, so he just changed the subject. Isn't he that too bullying? Qin Feng has never learned Taekwondo. Hu Yaluan, aren't you afraid that others will laugh at you for doing this? They only bully honest people. Some students in the class couldn't stand it anymore, especially the boys. They were unhappy with Qin Feng, but they disliked Hu Yaluan even more. I let him fight with both hands. Hu Yaluan added lightly. This sentence makes people shut up. Give up your hands? This is a huge bargain, but also very arrogant. Qin Feng, do you dare to take it? I have given up both my hands, are you still afraid? How about I give up both my feet as well? Hu Yaluan asked with a smile, squinting his eyes. Hu Yaluan. That's enough. Qin Feng is not a violent person like you. Sichu Shui said angrily. Not a violent person. Yi and Hui Tailang looked at Qin Feng strangely at the same time. Yesterday, he single-handedly picked out Zhu Dao and Zhang Hongqiang. However, if Hu Yaluan asked Qin Feng to take the fight, and Qin Feng refused, the news would spread all over the school immediately, and Hu Yaluan would be able to brag to others, Qin Feng is a piece of trash, I dare not even hit him with my hands and feet. Will Qin Feng still be able to gain a foothold in school in the future? But if he accepted it, would Qin Feng win? How could Hu Yaluan dare to make concessions and challenge again without preparation? The women became worried and thought about how to solve the problem. Taekwondo Club. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly closed the book in his hand, and in front of everyone's shocked gaze, he put the letter of challenge into the drawer. I understand. I'll go over after class. Class is about to start. Utaya classmate, please go back first. Hu Yaluan was stunned. Have you accepted the challenge? Of course, are you blind? Qin Feng said indifferently. Hu Yaluan came to his senses and was extremely angry. This bastard actually dared to accept my challenge. He immediately slapped the table. Okay. Very good, you are so arrogant. Boy. I will wait for you in the club after class. If you dare not come, I guarantee that you won't even be able to go to school tomorrow. After saying that, Hu Yaluan turned around and left coldly. The moment he walked out of the classroom door, there was a loud bang and the whole classroom exploded. The students gathered around Qin Feng and all kinds of heated discussions and questioning were heard. At the same time, the news spread throughout the campus like wings. Xinghua No. 1 Middle School was in an uproar. Everyone was absent-minded in the remaining classes, and everyone couldn't help but look at Qin Feng. Do you think Qin Feng is stupid? Hu Yaluan is the leader of Taekwondo and a black belt master. Let alone letting Qin Feng hit him with his hands and feet, even if he just stood there and let Qin Feng hit him, Qin Feng would probably get hurt. Who knows what this transfer student is thinking? School beauties Yi and Sichu care about him so much, but he doesn't know how to cherish them and goes to provoke Hu Yaluan. Please, God, let him be beaten to death. You are so vicious, but I agree with your idea. After class, let's all go to the Taekwondo club. He even dared to provoke Hu Yaluan. Look how this pretentious guy is lying on the ground crying. Hey hey. Such conversations took place in many classes of Xinghua No. 1 Middle School. Upon learning that a transfer student dared to challenge the captain of the Taekwondo club, many people were waiting to see Qin Feng make a fool of himself. After class, Sichu Shui was the first to rush out of the classroom and headed straight for the Taekwondo department. Along the way, many students greeted her, but she ignored them, leaving only a fragrant breeze behind. Hu Yaluan. Sichu Shui opened the door of the Taekwondo room and shouted inside. Her eyebrows were raised and she was burning with anger. Hu Yaluan and dozens of Taekwondo members sat on the ground, laughing and cursing, and every other sentence they said was transfer student, brain dead, and mentally retarded. Of course Sichu Shui knew who they were talking about. She gritted her teeth in anger and rushed in. The senior is here. Senior Sister Sichu. Hello, senior. The members stopped talking and stared at the girl. Sichu Shui joined the Taekwondo club in her first year of high school. In this club, her seniority was second only to Hu Yaluan. In addition, Sichu Shui's stunningly beautiful appearance made her a well-known school belle in Xinghua. Many men and women admired her very much, and many people even joined the Taekwondo club just to be close to Sichu Shui. Especially Hu Yaluan, he has been pursuing Sichu Shui since the first day she entered the Taekwondo club. Shui, why did you come so soon? Why? Can't wait to see me teach that pretentious transfer student a lesson. Hu Yaluan stood up and greeted her with a smile. Sichu Shui glared at him and said coldly, Hu Yaluan, don't think I don't know what you are planning. I tell you, if Qin Feng makes any mistake, I will never let you go. Shui, what do you mean? Are you going to turn against me for a transfer student? Hu Yaluan frowned. Hu Yaluan, what have you done over the years? Don't you think I don't know? I've had enough of you. Sichu Shui took off her Taekwondo ID and threw it heavily on the ground. From today on, I am no longer a member of the Taekwondo club. You can do whatever you want. After saying that, the man turned around. There was silence in the Taekwondo club. The members looked at each other. How could Hu Yaluan be willing? He took a few steps forward and stopped Sichu Shui, who was about to leave. Shui, don't be impulsive. Can't we sit down and talk it out? Why do we have to go to the extent of quitting the department? Hu Yaluan said with a smile, winking at the members behind him. The members understood and rushed over to surround Sichu Shui. Yes, senior Sister Sichu, senior is right. What can't we talk about properly? You're about to graduate. Wouldn't it be a shame to quit the department at this critical moment? Besides, senior who didn't do anything wrong. It's all Qin Feng's fault. Why do you have to do this for a transfer student? Senior Sister Sichu, have you been deceived by that Qin Feng? The members of the department chattered and tried to persuade him. Sichu Shui was annoyed and wanted to leave, but found that the door was blocked by the staff. How could she not know what was going on? Hu Yaluan, what are you doing? Sichu Shui asked angrily. Shui, there are so many people here today, I won't beat around the bush. Shui, do you know why I want to challenge Qin Feng? Hu Yaluan's eyes were filled with madness. You and I have known each other for 3 years, and you have always understood my feelings, but in the past 3 years, you have always been indifferent to me. But at noon, I heard that you actually had lunch with that transfer student. I can't stand it anymore, and I can't wait any longer. You and I are about to take the college entrance examination, and then graduate and go our separate ways. If I delay any longer, I know I will regret it for the rest of my life. Shui, I like you. I like you so much that I don't even want myself. Today's battle is not for myself, but for you. I want to let you know what kind of person is worthy of you, and what kind of person is not even qualified to look at you. You're crazy. You're completely crazy. Sichushwe murmured, but didn't know what to do. Hu Yaluan has absolute prestige in the Taekwondo club, and all members will listen to him. If he doesn't beat Qin Feng down today, he will not let Sichushwe go. Gradually, many heads appeared at the windows. Students from all over the country who heard the news gathered outside the Taekwondo club, looking forward to it. Hey, what's the point of you guys blocking the door? Are you afraid that my brother Feng will really come to fight? A loud voice came from the door. The crowd dispersed, only to see three figures standing at the gate of the Taekwondo club. Hui Tailang, Yi, and Qin Feng. Chapter 15. I'll give you both hands and feet. Qin Feng is here. Fuck, he actually dared to come. It's going to be a good show. The crowd outside exploded and was in an uproar. The people in the Taekwondo club were also very surprised. But what surprised people more was the arrival of school beauty Yi. Why is Miss Yi here too? Are you worried about Qin Feng? Asshole. Is the rumor true? Does school beauty Yi really like Qin Feng? Oh my god, please don't be so cruel. How can my goddess be stuck in a piece of cow dung? Some people sighed and groaned, some blamed others, and those with more creative minds had already cursed Qin Feng hundreds and thousands of times in their hearts. Qin Feng, why are you really here? Go first, I'll take care of things here. When Sichushwe saw the person coming, she became very anxious and hurried over to speak. Qin Feng knew that the reason why Sichushwe protected him so much was only because of Yi's illness, not because she had any good feelings for him. However, Sichushwe's words were like adding fuel to the fire at this critical moment. Shwe, it seems like you really like this brat. Hu Yaluan clenched his fists in anger, and the anger in his eyes seemed to be able to burn Qin Feng into ashes. Qin Feng, let's go back first. I've called the teacher over. As long as the teacher is here, everything will be easy. Yi said worriedly. I can avoid today, but can I avoid tomorrow? Besides, I don't like women to take the lead for me. Qin Feng said lightly and walked straight in. Moreover, if the teacher really wanted to come, he should have intervened when Hu Yaluan issued the challenge. I am afraid there is some reason why they did not come forward, perhaps it has something to do with Zhang Hongqiang. Qin Feng. Yi became anxious when she saw this. You are worthy of being the boss. You would rather die standing than live on your knees. Don't worry, boss. I have already called 120. If anything unexpected happens, I guarantee that you will be hospitalized within a few minutes. Hui Tailang shouted. Qin Feng rolled his eyes at him and was speechless. With the entrance of Qin Feng, there was a commotion outside the Taekwondo department, and the crowd became more surging. Har, Qin Feng, you are very courageous, but sometimes, courage does not mean ability. With a hint of malice flashing in his eyes, Hu Yaluan walked to the center of the field and shouted disdainfully, Come here, today I will let you know in front of everyone that there are some people you can't mess with. Qin Feng smiled faintly and walked over. He didn't want to get into an argument, which was not his usual style. However, since someone had provoked him, he would not let it go, even if it was just an ant. Some people need to be beaten and not indulged. It's too boring to fight like this. How about we add some spice to it? Qin Feng said calmly. What do you want to add to the jackpot? Hu Yaluan chuckled. What if I lose? What if you lose? I can't lose. What if you lose? What if I lose? Then I'll drop out of school immediately. What does it have to do with me whether you drop out of school or not? Then what do you want? Hu Yaluan said impatiently. I won't make it difficult for you. If you lose, just take off your clothes and run 10 laps on the playground. Qin Feng said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was stunned. Take off your clothes and run 10 laps. Isn't that streaking? Qin Feng is so vicious. Senior, this. Har, do you still think I will lose? Hu Yaluan stared at Qin Feng with a sneer. I promise you. But what if you lose? I dropped out of school. What does your dropping out of school have to do with our seniors? Someone next to him immediately retorted using Qin Feng's words. Then may I ask, classmate Hu Yaluan, do you think my dropping out of school has anything to do with you? Qin Feng said with a smile. The reason why Hu Yaluan provoked Qin Feng was because of Sichushwe. Sichushwe and Qin Feng had been very close these 2 days, which made him feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. It would be best if Qin Feng dropped out of school. Hu Yaowen thought for a moment, his face showing a ferocious look. Okay, if you lose, you have to drop out of school immediately, but before you drop out, you have to kowtow to me 3 times, only then can I agree to you. Good. Then let's get started. Hu Yaowen snorted. Etc. What nonsense do you have? If you don't dare to fight, just admit defeat, said a group of members impatiently. No, I just want to ask classmate Hu, you said in class before that you would let me have both hands and feet, I wonder if that still means what you said. Qin Feng said. Hu Yaowen was stunned. This. If there were no bet, he would not be afraid, but now Qin Feng dared to make such a boast, which made him feel uneasy. If he gave in, he might really lose. It's a different time now, it definitely doesn't count. Hu Yaowen said after hesitating. How shameless. Go back on your word. Hu Yaowen, are you afraid? The students outside immediately started shouting. Hu Yaowen's face flushed red, and he said angrily, Qin Feng, stop talking nonsense, come and fight if you want to. If you keep talking nonsense, I will assume that you are afraid of fighting and have voluntarily admitted defeat. Why are you being so harsh? I can beat you, but I don't want to bully you. Qin Feng stood there calmly and said with a smile, since you broke your promise because of fear, then I will take a step back. I will fight you, but I won't use my hands and feet. Come on. After hearing Qin Feng's almost crazy words, the entire Taekwondo team was in an uproar. Crazy? Is Qin Feng crazy? Hey, did you hear that? The transfer student said, he wanted to use both hands and feet to fight with Hu Yaowen. I heard it. Am I dreaming? You pinched me. It's not a dream. Is he? Is he crazy? Does he know he has no chance of winning, so he plans to save face this way? If he loses later, he will have an excuse. That must be it. The students outside were in an uproar. The Taekwondo players were also dumbfounded and looked at each other. Is this person mentally ill? Could he be a martial artist? Looking at his physique, he doesn't look like someone who exercises regularly. Maybe I just gave up on myself. Whatever, it's just another boring show anyway. Several Taekwondo members shrugged, with playful smiles on their faces. However, everyone looked at Qin Feng as if he was an idiot, but Hu Yaowen felt something was wrong. He looked at Qin Feng. The other person's eyes were very calm, without any panic, just like a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. If he were just an ordinary person, he would have been scared to death by now, and his eyes would not be able to remain calm even if he was uttering wild words. But this guy is so fearless. Could it be that he has some hidden card? No matter what trump card you have, I will beat you down today. If you continue to drag it out, the teacher will come and we will be in trouble. Hu Yaowen was calm, took a deep breath, and said disdainfully, Qin Feng, I am the leader of the Taekwondo department. I won't bully you. You go first. Are you an idiot? Qin Feng asked back. What do you mean? Hu Yaowen was very angry. I've already given you both hands and feet, and you still want me to make the first move. How am I going to get past? Qin Feng said with a smile, his hands behind his back. You're looking for death. Hu Yaowen was completely furious. He didn't care what others said. He roared and rushed over quickly. The Taekwondo floor made a dong-dong sound from his feet, and then his knees bent and bounced, and he flew up, kicking Qin Feng in the face with a flying kick. Neat and domineering. What a beautiful move. Woo! The crowd exclaimed. Hu Yaowen was only 1.89 meters tall, and if he kicked Qin Feng, he would be knocked unconscious if not dead. Careful. Sichu Shui was very anxious and rushed forward to stop them, but was stopped by the Taekwondo members. It's too late. Sichu Shui's pupils trembled as she looked at the two people over there. Yi covered her heart with her small hands, her face pale. Brother Feng, you're not going to die just like that, are you? Hui Tailang also became nervous. Some girls simply closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch the bloody scene that followed. But at this moment, bang! A muffled sound was heard. Everyone stared blankly at Qin Feng. But Qin Feng just took a step sideways, and Hu Yaowen's kick missed and he fell heavily to the ground. Escaped? Asshole! Hu Yaluan stood up with a somersault, turned around and punched out very quickly. Qin Feng still did not move his hands, but simply took a step back and dodged easily. Hu Yaluan threw several punches and kicks in succession: straight punches, sweeping punches, heavy punches, front kicks, side kicks, push kicks, back kicks, swing kicks. The series of movements were extremely flexible and gorgeous, pleasing to the eyes and making people's eyes shine, but they could never touch Qin Feng at all. His soul is like a loach. Chapter 16 Tai Chi. Isn't Qin Feng too good at hiding? No wonder he dared to use his hands and feet, he is so cunning. Huh, what kind of skill is this? The members of the Taekwondo club were dissatisfied and made sarcastic remarks. Hui Tailang couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Hey, you're just blasting me when you can't beat me. Our brother Feng has given us both his hands and feet. If my brother Feng hadn't given us his hands, I'm afraid that Lun would have been lying on the ground. What a Taekwondo club, it's nothing more than that. You can't even beat a powerless student. What did you say? How dare you insult our Taekwondo?" The members were angry. "Sorry, I didn't insult Taekwondo, I just insulted your Taekwondo club. If you can't beat them, then you can't beat them. And you like to beep, TSK TSK TSK. Hui Tailang retorted without any hesitation. "Fuck you." Several members of the department were furious and wanted to come over to deal with Hui Tailang. Hui Tailang was not afraid. He took a step forward, puffed out his chest and said, "If you have the guts, hit me. With so many classmates watching, I want to see who dies first." "You?" The two members were furious. If they really took action, they would not be able to explain to the school. "Come in if you dare, let's fight one-on-one. It's better to save your energy for now. Your commander might even lose." Hui Tailang smiled and said MMP. Bang! At this time, the muffled sound started again. People were startled and looked up, only to see Hu Yaluan punching the table next to him, punching through it. "Wow, that's amazing. Is this Hu Yaluan's strength? Such destructive power. It's just like what's on TV." The girls exclaimed and screamed. Hu Yaluan's expression remained unchanged, but the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. This punch was indeed cool, but only he knew the pain in it. After all, the action of force is mutual. Is all you can do is hide. Hu Yaluan stopped and panted slightly. "Did you stipulate that I can't dodge?" Qin Feng said with a smile, "I don't use my hands or feet to fight you, and now you still blame me for only being able to dodge. Well, I will just stand there and let you hit me. How shameless. Is this the Taekwondo team's leader? Everyone else has given so much, but he still thinks it's not enough. I think this Taekwondo captain is just a figurehead. If it doesn't work, just surrender. You're just good at talking." The students standing outside the door were talking about it. Hu Yaluan's face turned red and white, and he didn't know how to refute. His anger turned into motivation. He roared again and punched Qin Feng. "If you say you won't hide, then don't hide," Qin Feng said calmly, and stopped dodging. "R." Many girls screamed when they saw this. Is he seeking death? Yes, he is seeking death. Hu Yaluan's eyes gleamed with brilliance and he used all his strength. He didn't expect that this guy named Qin Feng was so stupid. It would have been fine if he just gave in with his hands and feet, but he didn't even try to dodge. It seemed that if he was slightly provoked, his tail would go up to the sky. What a moron. He had already thought about how Qin Feng would fly out under his fist later. But at the moment when the fist touched Qin Feng's chest, the expected bang sound did not come out, but instead a strange feeling of powerlessness came from the fist tip, as if his fist was hitting cotton. What? Before Hu Yaluan could react, just as he came to his senses, a terrible force suddenly surged from the tip of his fist, going upstream and blasting back directly along his fist arm. Bang! Hu Yaluan flew out and fell heavily on several tables, crushing them. After falling to the ground, he kept rolling and groaning, and was unable to get up. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. People stared at this bizarre scene with their eyes wide open. It took a long time for someone to recover. What's going on? Hu Yaluan hit Qin Feng was fine, and Hu Yaluan flew out by himself. Is this a magic trick? This is using the opponent's force to counterattack. This is Tai Chi. This is Tai Chi. Someone shouted excitedly. Yes, it's the Tai Chi tactic of using the opponent's force to counterattack. That's what they said on TV. Oh my god, it turns out that classmate Qin Feng is a Tai Chi master. It's incredible. Gradually, the crowd became excited, and many people shouted and screamed, calling Qin Feng's name. Long live Brother Feng. Hui Tailang shouted loudly and raised his hands rhythmically. Some students from Class 9 also followed suit and shouted together. Long live Brother Feng. Long live Brother Feng. Long live Brother Feng. The Taekwondo Club has always been the bully of Xinghua No. 1 Middle School, because all the members of the club are trained, and ordinary students dare not provoke them. They are domineering all day long, and today Qin Feng is taking revenge on those students who have been bullied by them. Yi's little face was excited and quite thrilled. Sichushue breathed a sigh of relief. The members of the Taekwondo Club were completely dumbfounded. Senior Hu Yaluan actually lost. How is that possible? Senior, are you okay? The members of the Taekwondo Club panicked instantly. Qin Feng walked over, his lips slightly raised. Senior Hu, it seems that I won, so now can you fulfill your previous promise? Take off all your clothes and run naked around the playground 10 times. Everyone's heart was shocked. If this really happens, Hu Yaluan's life will be over. You are so vicious, Qin Feng. Have you thought about the consequences of doing this? A female member of the Taekwondo Club who admired Hu Yaluan said angrily. Have you ever thought about what would happen to me if I couldn't beat Hu Yaluan? Qin Feng asked with narrowed eyes. Those of you who learned Taekwondo know the moves Hu Yaluan used just now best. They are all killing moves. If it were someone else, the luckiest thing would be to get a concussion or become a vegetable. Isn't that right? After these words were spoken, the female member immediately fell silent. It turns out that Hu Yaluan is so vicious. Fortunately, Qin Feng knows 2 moves. Hu Yaluan, stop pretending to be dead. Run naked. Run naked quickly. Right. You guys in the Taekwondo Club always bully other students in school. You got beaten up today, right? Run naked now. Hu Yaluan, you don't want to break your promise, do you? Are you a man? Streaking. 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 The students outside shouted in unison. Hu Yaluan, who had just climbed up, glared at Qin Feng when he heard it, then spat out blood and fainted. Qin Feng's eyes widened when he saw this. Fuck, are you pretending to be unconscious? Absolutely amazing. Hu Yaluan played this trick very well and pretended to be faint to avoid running naked. However, this method can only help him avoid the issue temporarily, not permanently. Unless he doesn't come to school, this matter will always be brought up. Sichushue knew that Hu Yaluan was ruined. His reputation and status were all gone. And he couldn't stay in Xinghua No. 1 Middle School anymore. Because he couldn't hold his head up here. Also because of Hu Yaluan, Qin Feng became famous. Every day, countless students who came to see him would block the window of Class 9 to watch Qin Feng. Is he Qin Feng? It's really awesome. He can even defeat the Taekwondo team's captain. He looks so thin, I don't know if it's true or not. I feel like I can lift him up with one hand. Then go in and fight him one-on-one. Just kidding, hee hee. As soon as the bell rang, the students outside the window scattered. The heat of this incident only lasted for a few days and soon faded. People's attention is always fickle, and any insignificant news, once spread, can divert their attention. A few days later. Qin Feng. Sichushue came over and whispered, I received news that Hu Yaluan was very shocked, but he has no intention of dropping out. One of my Taekwondo schoolmates told me that Hu Yaluan is going to transfer to another school, but before that, he will definitely take revenge on you once, so be careful after class. Thank you, classmate Sichu. Qin Feng said with a smile. Take care of yourself. Sichushue turned and left. Wait a moment. Is there anything else? Sichushue looked at him curiously. Qin Feng thought for a moment and waved his hand. Sichushue leaned closer with a puzzled look on her face, only to see Qin Feng whisper in her ear, You've been too tired recently, take care of yourself and rest. Too tired. Sichushue was stunned for a moment, but saw Qin Feng's gaze fell on her lower abdomen. You? Sichushue's cheeks instantly turned red. She glared at Qin Feng fiercely and returned to her seat angrily. Yi, who had been staring at Sichushue, was very confused. Shue, what's wrong? It's okay. This bastard. Sichu Shui snorted angrily. A scoundrel? Yi was stunned. Sichu Shui then realized that she had chosen the wrong words and hurried to explain. Yi suddenly understood after hearing this and smiled. Although Qin Feng is young, his medical skills are really amazing. Although Sichu Shui was angry, she actually agreed with this sentence. Ever since the incident in the Taekwondo club, Sichu Shui has been attracted by Qin Feng's graceful and agile figure. She never thought that this seemingly ordinary guy could be so powerful. This made her feel a strong desire to refuse to admit defeat. So during this period, she intensified her training, which led to overwork. Although she herself had some feelings, it was too embarrassing to say such a thing in public. If it were any other girl, she would definitely have a falling out with Qin Feng. The courses were still dull and boring. Qin Feng looked extremely bored. He remembered everything in the books, and he had already learned the courses. After pretending to be a good student for 2 days, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and simply lay down on the table to rest like Hui Tailang. Birds of a feather flocked together. Several top students in the class who were dissatisfied with the performance sneered. After class, Yi winked at Qin Feng and left the school with Sichu Shui with a smile on her face. Chapter 17 Disabled Girl. Boss, you are amazing. Judging from the look on Yi Xiaohua's face, it will only be a matter of time before you can take her down. After school, Hui Tailang chuckled as he packed his school bag. The smile can be as vulgar as it can be. Stop talking nonsense. What do you mean by takedown? We are just high school students. We should study hard and stop thinking about nonsense all day long. Qin Feng patted his green head and walked out by himself. The school is not far from Yi's house. It is still early, so Qin Feng plans to go to the park and practice boxing before going to Yi's house. There were not too many people in the park in the evening. It was getting off work and the dancing uncles and aunts had not arrived yet. Only occasionally some students would pass by. Qin Feng found a sparsely populated grassland and started to fiddle with it, swinging his fists. His boxing style is very ordinary, neither fast nor slow, and looks quite similar to Tai Chi, but people who understand Tai Chi will feel that it is not the same. This was actually an ancient martial art that he had been practicing for a long time, named the Art of Wandering Dragon. When he was abandoned by his family as a child, he was taken in by a down and out Taoist priest, who taught him the martial arts. Old man, you spent your entire life but never mastered the dragon art to its peak, but I did. Now, I will explore the realm of the Qi realm grandmaster that you mentioned. Qin Feng stopped and closed his eyes to meditate. Now he no longer focuses on the moves of his hands, but instead explores the energy flowing in his body. Qi moves with the body, and the body moves with the mind. The mind is transmitted to the spirit, and if the mind can reach it, then all spirits and things can be understood. This is his current goal of practicing martial arts. Suddenly, several hurried footsteps approached quickly and stood in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked carefully. Enemies often meet on a narrow road. The person in front of him turned out to be Hu Yaluan. At this moment, he was leading a group of muscular men to block Qin Feng, all of them with unfriendly faces. Oh? Are you going to take revenge on me? Qin Feng asked with a smile on his face. Qin Feng, you've made me lose face and I can't gain a foothold in Xinghua No. 1 middle school. Now I'm about to transfer to another school. Before I leave, why don't I settle the score with you? Hu Yaluan glared at Qin Feng with gritted teeth. Then how do you want to settle accounts with me? Qin Feng asked with a smile. I'm going to strip you naked and throw you onto the street. I'm going to let you experience the feeling of being humiliated. Hu Yaluan's eyes were red. When he thought of the embarrassment he had made before, he felt an unbearable pain in his heart. He wanted to die immediately and wished that none of this had happened. Originally, everything was so beautiful. He was the respected Taekwondo leader of Xinghua No. 1 middle school. But now, everything has changed. He must take revenge, otherwise he will be traumatized for the rest of his life. However, Qin Feng was not afraid at all. They are just ordinary people with brute strength. Judging from their appearance, they should be from a Taekwondo gym outside the school. Oh, you little brat, your face really annoys me. This is the first time I've seen such an arrogant guy. If we don't teach him a lesson, he might not know our abilities. Several big men came over ready to fight, each with a ferocious face and a vicious look. The leader was not polite at all and punched Qin Feng in the face. Qin Feng remained calm, stepped back, took 2 steps, and dodged it easily. Huh. The man was slightly surprised. Brother Lin, this guy has practiced Tai Chi. Hu Yaluan behind hurriedly said. Tai Chi? Just fancy moves. How can it compare to Taekwondo? The big man called Brother Lin spat, took 3 steps forward, and kicked. The actions are sharp and cruel. This kick was likely enough to kick through the wall. If it was kicked by a high school student, the consequences could be imagined. But at this moment, a crisp cry was heard. Stop it! Everyone was puzzled, and a big man named Brother Lin also stopped and looked towards the source of the sound. But then a girl wearing an eye patch and holding a cane in her hand came over. The girl had long hair, bright eyes, white teeth, and skin as white as mutton fat. She was very delicate and lovely, but her face revealed a hint of paleness and weakness, and her star-like autumn eyes revealed a sense of helplessness and sadness. Judging from the way she was dressed, it was obvious that she had 1 eye and 1 leg which were inconvenient, but this did not hinder her beauty. Instead, it made people who looked at her feel a strong desire to protect her. She held up a pink cell phone, her face showing determination, and looked at them fearlessly, saying coldly, Hu Yaluan, I advise you to leave quickly, or I will call the police. You are Enyochi. Hu Yaluan's face changed, as if he had seen someone extremely scary. Girl, this is none of your business. I don't bully disabled people. Just leave. Brother Lin on the other side said with a smile. Disabled. These 3 words seemed to have hit Enyochi's sore spot. Her autumn eyes moved, her face turned cold, and she walked over with her cane. The little girl seems unconvinced. Brother Lin said with a smile. Brother Lin, be careful not to scare her into tears. This is a public place, otherwise the reputation of our Xinwei Taekwondo gym will be ruined. The people at the back laughed. Har har har. The sound is boiling. Enyochi snorted, and without any hesitation, her delicate little hand hit Brother Lin's chest directly. Brother Lin didn't care and let her attack. But when the little fist hit his chest, Brother Lin's face suddenly changed. He covered his chest, his eyes widened, then he took 2 steps back and fell to the ground, rolling over and over. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts so much. Call an ambulance for me. The people behind were dumbfounded. Skill. Qin Feng was stunned. I can't believe this girl is actually a martial artist. Seeing the big man falling to the ground, Hu Yaluan's face changed drastically. Stinky girl. The other people from the Taekwondo gym were very angry and wanted to step forward, but Hu Yaluan quickly stopped them and leaned over to whisper something in their ears. The faces of several people suddenly changed, and they looked at Enyochi with strange expressions. Finally, they helped Brother Lin, who was rolling on the ground, up, glared at the 2 of them, and did not dare to say even a harsh word, and left in shame. He actually ran away. Qin Feng was very surprised. They seem afraid of you. Qin Feng said with a smile. Enyochi didn't say anything, but turned around and looked at Qin Feng. Was the boxing you just did Tai Chi? I guess so. Qin Feng smiled casually, thank you, classmate. Even if she doesn't show up, Qin Feng can still handle it. Enyochi looked calm, his eyes were still, he looked at Qin Feng for a moment, and said, so, can you show me the Tai Chi you just did? You want to learn? No, it's nothing. A trace of deep doubt flashed in Enyochi's eyes, but he was soon relieved. In fact, just now, when she saw Qin Feng practicing boxing, she unexpectedly noticed that every flower and grass around Qin Feng were swaying rhythmically, as if there was an airflow swirling. Chi power. Impossible. Master said that every Qi Jin warrior is a strong man who can break rocks with 1 finger and lift thousands of pounds with 1 arm. This man is not very old and looks very weak. Although he knows some moves, he is not the same as the high and mighty Qi Jin warriors. I must have seen it wrong. Enyochi thought in his heart. If you want to see it, wait until next time. I have something to do now. Qin Feng said after looking at the sky. How about this, you come to Changnan Martial Arts Hall on Monday and show me a set of Tai Chi that you learned. After that, you and I will owe each other nothing. What do you think? Enyochi thought for a moment. Good. Goodbye. Enyochi said calmly, turned around, and staggered away with his cane. She is a very pretty girl, but she has problems with her eyes and legs. Qin Feng shook his head, turned and left. When she arrived at the Yi family, Yihu was personally at the door to greet her. Not only him, but also Yihu's wife, Zhang Lingling, who was adorned with jewels and gems and was Yi's biological mother. She looked somewhat similar to Yi and was still very charming and graceful. She must have been a great beauty when she was young. The two prepared food and entertained Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and had a delicious meal before leisurely going upstairs. Qin Feng, you are here. Yi sat on the edge of the bed with flushed cheeks. Well, classmate Yi, let's start the treatment. Please cooperate with me. Qin Feng said with a smile. Okay, whatever you say, that's it. Yi lowered her head and spoke in a voice as thin as a mosquito's, but her cheeks were flushed. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, feeling that something was wrong with what he said. Yi also reacted, and her already rosy cheeks instantly became extremely hot. Qin Feng shook his head and took off the needle bag from his waist and laid it flat. Seeing this, Yi immediately began to take off her clothes. No need to take off your clothes, just put your feet up. Qin Feng said as he disinfected the silver needle. Lift your feet. Yi was stunned, but still did as she was told. As the saying goes, the fingers are connected to their heart, and the same is true for the toes. Qin Feng held Yi's perfect jade feet and spoke while giving her acupuncture. Yi looked at Qin Feng's serious face and gradually became absent-minded. She didn't feel anything when the needles were inserted into the acupuncture points. This went on for about an hour before Qin Feng began to remove the needles. You have had this injury since childhood. It has accumulated over the years and has become an old illness. It will take some time to completely heal. Qin Feng said. It's okay, Qin Feng, you have worked very hard, thank you. Yi said with a smile. Well, you should rest early. I'll leave first. I send you. Yi insisted, quickly put on her furry slippers, and followed Qin Feng downstairs. But at this moment, two uninvited guests also broke into the Yi family. Uncle Yi, I brought an acupuncture master. This time his illness can be cured. A young man in a suit and tie stepped in and shouted loudly, and his voice spread directly throughout the Yi family. Chapter 18 Miracle Doctor. Yihu frowned, but soon relaxed his brows, hiding the unhappiness in his eyes perfectly. He walked over and said with a smile, it turns out that Zhao is here. Come on, sit down and have a cup of tea. Wang Zhao, the son of the chairman of Sanbao Group, is also the nephew of Wang Jinlong of the Golden Dragon Gang. He is the most powerful and wealthy person in Xinghua City, and is ranked as one of the 3 young masters of Xinghua. The strength of Sanbao Group is not comparable to Yihu. Its industrial elements almost cover half of Xinghua City, and there are several listed companies. Wang Zhao is the only son of Chairman Wang Sanbao. Wang Sanbao dotes on him, and Wang Zhao has always liked Yi. Over the years, if Wang Zhao had not asked Sanbao Group not to intervene in the fight between Xinghua Group and the Golden Dragon Gang, Yihu would not have confronted Wang Jinlong until now. For this reason, Wang Jinlong and Wang Sanbao have not had any contact for many years. So Yihu definitely didn't dare to provoke this person. Uncle Yi, you are too polite. You said that whoever can cure his disease can marry her. Now I have brought her here. Please let Yi come out. Wang Zhao said with a smile, a little impatient. He looked around and then fell on the stairs. But I saw Yi and Qin Feng walking down. Qin Feng was saying something, and Yi followed behind him like a young wife, nodding continuously like a chick pecking at rice. In an instant, Wang Zhao's expression changed. When Yi saw the person coming, her pretty face immediately turned pale. Yihu is an old fox who has been around for many years. When faced with such a thing, he was not panicked at all. He immediately smiled and said, Zhao, you are thoughtful. Sit down and have a cup of tea. Let me send his classmates away first, and then explain it to you in detail. Oh? His classmate? Wang Zhao's eyes remained alert, his tone a little cold, and he looked at Qin Feng. Then why did the two of them come down from upstairs? Wang Zhao has been pursuing Yi for nearly 3 years. During these 3 years, Yi has said no more than 20 sentences to him. Although Yihu is grateful to Wang Zhao, he is always perfunctory in his response. He has come to the Yi family so many times, but he has never been to the 2nd floor. Could it be that in the eyes of the Yi family, I am not even as good as Yi's classmates? Wang Zihao clenched his fists and his eyes became colder. Something bad has happened. Yi Hu felt something was wrong and was about to explain when the white-bearded old man behind Wang Zihao suddenly showed a puzzled look. He looked at Qin Feng's waist and said in surprise, "Needle bag. Young Master Wang, could it be that this young man is here to treat Miss Yi?" "Oh." Wang Zihao narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Uncle Yi, is that so?" "This." Yi Hu was speechless, and nodded helplessly after a moment, "Yes. This classmate Qin Feng has learned some medical skills and is quite interested in his condition, so I asked him to try." "Zihao, don't blame your uncle. Yi is my daughter. I haven't been able to eat or sleep well for more than 10 years because of this disease. Now someone has some clues about this disease. Am I not desperate to seek medical treatment?" "Dad, what are you talking about?" Yi was a little angry. Qin Feng is still here, and he actually said such things. Yi Hu came back to his senses and realized that he had said something wrong. He quickly waved his hand at Qin Feng and said, "Student Qin Feng, that's not what I meant. Please don't be offended." "Fine." Qin Feng shook his head lightly, too lazy to stay here any longer. If it weren't for those conditions, he wouldn't have come here. After saying that, the man turned and left. "Stop." At this time, Wang Zihao shouted coldly. "You want me to stop?" Qin Feng frowned and looked at Wang Zihao. "Good." Wang Zihao walked up to Qin Feng, looked him over, and said in a cold voice, "From today on, you don't have to come here, understand? Why don't I come if you ask me to? What gives you the right?" Qin Feng looked at him and said calmly, "Why?" Wang Zihao was stunned. How many years has it been since anyone dared to speak to him like this? Yi was stunned. The old man next to him was also stunned. Yi Hu and Zhang Lingling were even more dumbfounded. Wang Zihao took a deep breath, his eyes filled with anger and coldness, and asked in a deep voice, "What's your name?" "Qin Feng." "Qin Feng, right? Very good." Wang Zihao nodded and looked towards Yi Hu. His eyes were no longer polite as before, and his voice became deep. "Uncle Yi, the person behind me is Mr. Jiang, a top TCM expert in the province. He has been studying TCM for more than 60 years and has cured many difficult and complicated diseases that contemporary medicine cannot overcome. I told him about his condition, and Mr. Jiang said that he has a 20% chance of curing E. Although it is only 20%, it is much better than some charlatans. Uncle Yi, you make your choice. Either you tell him not to set foot here in the future, or I will take Mr. Jiang away immediately." "What? Dr. Jiang?" Yi Hu was not only stunned, but also instantly fell into a dilemma. He didn't expect that Wang Zihao actually lifted up this giant Buddha. "Dad, why are you still hesitating? Qin Feng said that he can cure my illness 100%. Yi said hurriedly. As soon as these words were spoken, the old man behind Wang Zihao immediately sneered with disdain. He didn't say anything, but walked towards Yi and stretched out his withered hand. "Miss Yi, if you don't mind, can you let me take your pulse?" Yi hesitated and looked at her father. Yi Hu nodded silently. Yi stretched out her fair little hand. The old man took out a piece of cloth, covered Yi's wrist, stretched out his fingers and pressed on the pulse, closed his eyes for a moment, and after a while, the old man frowned, opened his eyes and lowered his head to think for a moment, then closed his eyes again for a moment, and then let go. "Mr. Jiang, how is my daughter doing?" Yi Hu asked almost subconsciously. But as soon as he said this, he immediately felt something was wrong and looked towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng was just facing the door, as if he didn't hear it. However, Yi's face was already extremely ugly. It seems that Yi Hu is also inclined to believe Jiang Lao. Elder Jiang stroked his beard, frowned, shook his head and said, "Your daughter's condition is very complicated. If you want to cure her, Western medicine has no chance of curing her. You can only rely on Chinese medicine. Even if you place your hope on Chinese medicine, I'm afraid there is only a 10% to 20% chance of recovery, and it will take 3 to 5 years. Yi Hu's face suddenly changed. Zhang Lingling's body was shaky and she could hardly stand. "Dad, Mom, it's okay. He is not sure, but isn't Qin Feng very confident? I will let Qin Feng treat him," Yi said quickly. "Girl, do you know what you are saying? You are playing with your own life." Old Jiang was angry, his beard trembling. and his face was full of indignation. I am telling you bluntly, there are few people in the country who can cure your disease, not even those famous Chinese medicine masters who have been famous for decades, except for the folk remedies in my hands. Your disease is almost terminal. I have studied Chinese medicine for most of my life, and I can only say that I am 10% or 20% sure. You, little girl, actually believe the words of a yellow-mouthed kid. Can he have a 100% cure rate? Even the contemporary miracle doctors don't have this ability. If he can really do this, wouldn't this old man's life be lived in vain? Mr. Jiang stamped his feet in anger. Wang Zihao looked at Yi Hu with a smile, looking calm and composed. Uncle Yi, you should have heard of the reputation of old Jiang, and you know that old Jiang usually doesn't make a move casually. If it weren't for my father this time, do you think you can see old Jiang here? Upon hearing this, Yi Hu broke out in a sweat and hurriedly said, Zihao, how can Uncle Yi not understand what you mean? I am naturally honored that Mr. Jiang is here, but. If Mr. Yi doesn't believe me, I will leave. But I want to remind you that there is no regret medicine in this world. You are a well-known figure, don't you even have this little judgment? A young man who is almost as old as my grandson actually said such shameless words. I don't know why you believed him. Old Jiang shook his head repeatedly and acted as if he was about to leave. Wang Zihao did not stop him. He had already seen that Yi Hu was getting anxious. Even Zhang Lingling next to him kept pushing Yi Hu, asking him to make a decision. In fact, Yi Hu himself didn't really trust Qin Feng. It's just that Yi's illness has dragged on for so many years, and the cause has not been found. Until he found some hope in Qin Feng, he was like a drowning man who grabbed a life-saving straw. With nothing else to do, he could only choose to trust Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng's performance did surprise him, to be honest, it would be a lie for Yi Hu to say that he had no doubts in his heart. How come a difficult problem that even international medical experts and famous Chinese medicine practitioners could not solve becomes a minor pain and illness that can be easily cured by such a young boy? Yi Hu said he believed it. That was a lie. Even though Qin Feng had saved Yi many times before, Yi Hu felt that coincidence and luck were the main reasons. He had been in Xinghua City for so many years and had seen all kinds of strange people and things, but he had never heard of such a magical person. With a well-known master in the province on one side and a little-known young boy on the other, it was already obvious how Yi Hu would choose. Old Jiang. Master Jiang. Wait. Yi Hu was anxious, and at Zhang Lingling's urging, he hurried forward and took Mr. Jiang's arm. His opening immediately disappointed Yi and made Qin Feng frown. Chapter 19. He is your master. The implication of Yi Hu trying to retain Mr. Jiang is obvious. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? I have short-term skills, mediocre medical skills, and a lack of elegance, so I won't be embarrassed here. If you want to cure your daughter, please go to that little miracle doctor over there. Mr. Jiang, who Yi Hu held onto by his arm, still forced him to leave. Don't. Dr. Jiang. Didn't I seek medical attention in a hurry? I have offended so much before, please forgive me. Please forgive me. Yi Hu said hurriedly. Yes, Dr. Jiang, our daughter has this strange disease, isn't there anything we can do? If we had known that you had a way, we wouldn't. Zhang Lingling glanced at the expressionless Qin Feng, lowered her voice and said, we wouldn't have looked for Yi's classmates either. To be honest, she still thinks this is ridiculous. Dad. Mom. You. Yi was so angry that she was about to explode. Before, the two of them were very obedient to Qin Feng, but now they were belittling him like this. What is this? This is simply ungrateful. Qin Feng has also learned a lesson about Yi Hu's character. He is indeed a successful businessman and can change his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. Hearing what Yi Hu and Zhang Lingling said, old Jiang was very pleased. He nodded slightly, glanced at Qin Feng, and said calmly, well, a doctor is like a parent. Since you two said so, then I will stay and treat the young lady. But, if I stay, what should this young friend do? This. Yi Hu hesitated. Dad. Don't you trust Qin Feng so much? You promised before, are you going to go back on your word? Yi, with tears on her face, stood in front of him. You have to understand your father's difficulties. Your father can't joke about your life. Yi Hu said helplessly. Then using a treatment method with a 10% or 20% chance of cure to treat Yi, isn't that playing with her life? Qin Feng, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke, his voice indifferent and emotionless. Yi Hu was stunned for a moment, then sighed bitterly. Qin Feng, I'm really sorry, this is all my fault. Uncle apologizes to you here. Before it was because no one could cure his disease, I was just giving it a try, but now a master of traditional Chinese medicine has come forward. I have no choice. I'm sorry. After saying this, the man bent down again. Yi Hu, your apology is really worthless. Qin Feng shook his head with disdain in his eyes. Well, since you don't believe in my medical skills, I will leave. But Yi Hu, you must remember what I said to you when I promised to treat Yi for you. If anyone doubts my medical skills and methods during the treatment process, I will immediately stop the treatment and will no longer treat her. Everything that happens to Yi will be your responsibility. Whether she lives or dies, whether she is cured or not, it has nothing to do with me. All the consequences will be borne by you alone. After saying that, Qin Feng strode towards the gate. Zhang Lingling frowned. Yi Hu was stunned. Wang Zihao sneered. But Yi rushed over and took Qin Feng's hand. Wang Zihao whispered displeasedly. But Yi ignored him. She lowered her head and said in a hoarse and choked voice, Qin Feng, I'm sorry, don't leave, okay, please. The girl burst into tears. This matter is not your fault. I can understand your father's thoughts, but you can't go back on your word. I'm afraid he won't be forgiven by me. Qin Feng shook his head. Forgive? Why do you want a child with a yellow mouth to forgive you? Divine Dr. Jiang laughed. Do you really think you are some great miracle doctor? That's ridiculous. Wang Zihao laughed. Miracle doctor. Qin Feng shook his head and said calmly, I don't know if I count as one, but someone did call me that before. TSK. Keep blowing. Wang Zihao didn't believe it. Qin Feng was too lazy to explain to him. He glanced at old Jiang and said calmly, Dr. Jiang, since you are only 10% to 20% sure, then the chance of not being able to save Yi is also very high. I don't have any hope for you. After all, you even use their Xuanwu pulse diagnosis so crudely. I'll give you a suggestion. If you can't cure Yi, just acupuncture the 7 points of the Big Dipper on the bottom of her foot. At least she can live for 10 days or half a month, and she won't die immediately. After saying that, Qin Feng left. What nonsense are you talking about? You're so stupid. Wang Zihao cursed. Qin Feng, I know you feel bad now, but please don't say that, and don't question Dr. Jiang's medical skills. Yi Hu couldn't help but speak. If he had only felt guilty before, now he had already developed a sense of rejection towards Qin Feng in his heart. Just go, why are you still talking about this? Do you really want to pretend to be a miracle doctor? However, Dr. Jiang just stood there in a daze, looking at Qin Feng with dull eyes. The whole person seemed to be petrified. After a while, he shuddered and said hurriedly, How do you know that I just used their Xuanwu pulse diagnosis method? Because I created it. Qin Feng opened the door and said calmly, Go back and tell Xiao Xuanzi that I am very disappointed with your ancient medical sect. After saying that, the man closed the door. At that moment, Dr. Jiang was struck by lightning and froze in place. Dr. Jiang, what's wrong with you? Yi Hu couldn't help but ask when he saw that old Dr. Jiang looked distraught. However, Dr. Jiang was completely unaware. He just stood there blankly, murmuring something. Xiao Xuanzi? Isn't the sect master called Xian Yahua? Who dares to address the sect master in this way? Who is he? And, how did that young man know the Xuanwu pulse diagnosis method? Isn't this the secret of our ancient medical sect? Dr. Jiang seemed to have lost his soul. No matter how others called him, he was absent-minded. After a while, he took out an old-fashioned mobile phone, flipped through the address book, and carefully found a number. Mr. Jiang, what happened? Did that kid scare you? Wang Zihao walked up to Mr. Jiang and asked with a frown. Maybe I was wrong. That boy is not an ordinary person. Old Jiang was uneasy. Wang Zihao was stunned. Yi Hu and Zhang Lingling's expressions also changed immediately. Not an ordinary person. What does that mean? Wang Zihao asked in a low voice. I just took Miss Yi's pulse using their Xuanwu pulse-taking method that my master just taught me. This method can detect hidden diseases and abnormalities hidden deep within the human body through the pulse. If it weren't for this method, I wouldn't be able to diagnose Miss Yi's condition so easily. Old Jiang took a deep breath. What does this prove? Yi Hu said hurriedly. This method is a secret method of our ancient medical sect. That is to say, if you are not a member of our ancient medical sect, it is impossible for you to know this method of taking the pulse, said Jiang Lao Chen. When everyone heard this, they were shocked. Could it be that this brat is from the ancient medical sect? Wang Zihao frowned. I don't know. I have never seen him in the sect. Maybe he is lying. He just knows the name and is just making it up. Yes, that must be the case. Yi Hu said hurriedly. Please let me make a phone call first. Old Jiang's beard trembled, he made up his mind, and pressed the dial button. What a fuss! Wang Zihao muttered. Yi Hu and his wife remained silent. Yi sat on the sofa listlessly, like a walking corpse. Soon, Mr. Jiang's phone call came through. Master. Old Jiang's expression and tone became respectful, and he tried his best to straighten his hunched body. A more vicissitudes of life voice came from the other end of the phone. It's Xiao Jiang, what's going on? Master, I would like to ask, can our ancient medical sect's Xuanwu pulse diagnosis method be passed on to outer disciples? Old Jiang hesitated and said. The Xuanwu pulse diagnosis method is only passed on to inner disciples and cannot be taught privately without permission. What's the matter? Xiao Jiang, have you violated the sect rules? The voice on the other end became stern, but still unhurried. No, master, how dare Xiao Jiang do such a thing? It's just that today I went to a friend's house to take his pulse, but a young man recognized my technique. Xiao Jiang became suspicious and worried that someone was secretly spreading the unique skills of my ancient medical sect and ruining its reputation. Old Jiang said hurriedly. He joined the ancient medical sect 30 years ago. Although he has been a disciple for a short time, he still has some connections in the ancient medical sect. Originally, he could not bother the sect master with some trivial matters, but this matter involved the secret method of the ancient medical sect, so he had to report it. Oh! A young man can actually recognize the Xuanwu pulse diagnosis method. This is a trick. Can you tell the identity of that young man? Oh, that person is a student of Xinghua No. 1 Middle School. He may know some basic knowledge of Chinese medicine, so he came out to cheat people. That person's name is. Jiang Lao was stunned for a moment, and forgot what the person's name was. He glanced at Yi Hu next to him, and Yi Hu quickly replied, It's Qin Feng. Yes, his name is Qin Feng. Old Jiang said with a smile. What? Qin Feng. The phone exploded instantly. Elder Jiang lost his balance and almost lost his grip on the old phone. He was stunned and asked hurriedly, Sect Master, what happened? Are you sure that man's name is Qin Feng? The voice on the other end of the phone asked repeatedly. It should be called this name. Jiang Lao was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of what Qin Feng said before, and hurriedly said, he also said that this Xuanwu pulse diagnosis method was created by him, Master. Who is he? He is your master, roared the person on the other end of the phone. Jiang Lao's eardrums were almost broken, but he fell to the ground. Chapter 20, Chasing Qin Feng Under the Moon. Master. Grandmaster. Jiang Shahai felt that he was trembling even when he spoke. Where is he? Hurry, let him answer the phone. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded hurried, and one could clearly feel that the person on the other end was having trouble breathing. This old Jiang wanted to cry but had no tears. After a long while, he finally told the whole story. What? You drove the master away? The voice over there shouted loudly, full of disbelief. I didn't know that was the master. Jiang Shahai said aggrievedly, how could there be such a young master? But the person on the other end of the phone didn't care about that, and roared and cursed like a cannonball. You are a traitor and a traitor. You traitor to the ancient medical sect. You are the great enemy of the ancient medical sect. How dare you do such a thing? Jiang Shahai wiped his sweat fiercely and said helplessly, Master, what is going on? How can a high school student be your master, my master's grandfather? There is no limit to learning, the one who is more accomplished is the teacher. Your medical skills are not even worthy of carrying shoes for my master. Are you still like ordinary people who only judge people by their appearance? My ancient medical sect has trained you in vain. The scolding voice on the phone came again. Jiang Shahai was stunned. Could it be that Qin Feng is really a miracle doctor? Jiang Shahai. I'm telling you, if you don't get your master back and get his forgiveness, you'll get out of the ancient medical sect. Yes, yes. Master, I will definitely find my master. Old Jiang responded quickly with sweat on his face and his heart pounding. Also, your master's identity must not be spread out at will. After you get your master's forgiveness, call me immediately. I will go to Xinghua City in person. After the thunderous voice finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Old Jiang collapsed on the ground, as if he was being torn apart by silk threads, powerless and with only cold sweat all over his body. Yi Hu and others were all shocked. What happened to Mr. Jiang? He just answered a phone call. Why did he act like he saw a ghost? Mr. Jiang, what happened? You are? Yi Hu asked in surprise. Jiang Shahai came back to his senses, smiled bitterly, and sighed, Mr. Yi, I have harmed you and Miss Yi. What do you mean? Yi Hu and Zhang Lingling looked at each other in confusion. What Master Qin Feng said just now may be true. He should be able to cure Miss Yi's illness 100%. Yi Hu was dumbfounded. Master Jiang, you couldn't have made a mistake. Qin Feng, he's just a high school student. Zhang Lingling said in surprise. I'm sorry, I'm extremely sorry. I can't cure Miss Yi's illness for now. I'll take my leave now. Jiang Shahai was in a state of anxiety and ignored Wang Zihao, and just trotted out. In the room, Yi Hu, Zhang Lingling and Wang Zihao stared at each other, all at a loss. Dr. Jiang, what happened? Could it be that we all misjudged Qin Feng? Yi Hu thought with fear in his eyes. Jiang Shahai left the Yi family and went after Qin Feng. Yi Hu and Zhang Lingling sat on the sofa, feeling very distressed. Yi looked at her parents with resentment and trotted upstairs. Wang Zihao was still thinking about his own little plan. As for the protagonist Qin Feng, he returned to his residence, fell into bed and fell asleep, as if nothing had happened. The affairs of the Yi family had little impact on him. After all, going to the Yi family every day and having to face Yi were really a headache for Qin Feng. Knock knock knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Qin Feng was a little surprised. He had just arrived in Xinghua City not long ago, and apart from Hui Tailang, he didn't know many people. When I opened the door, I saw Jiang Shahai standing outside. But Jiang Shahai lowered his head, flicked his sleeves, knelt down, and kowtowed to Qin Feng. I, the unfilial disciple Jiang Shahai, kowtow to the master. I have offended the master before, which is a great rebellion. Please punish me. After saying that, he rested his head deeply on the stone slab. People passing by looked sideways and pointed. Qin Feng frowned, glanced at Jiang Shahai and said, Let's go inside and talk first. Thank you, master. Jiang Shahai was overjoyed and quickly got up and went in. After entering the house, Jiang Shahai knelt down and kowtowed again. Qin Feng poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and said lightly, It seems that you called Xian Yahua. He actually knew that the master's name was Xian Yahua. It seems that what the master said was true, this person must be the grandmaster. Yes, Shahai took his great-grandmaster's words very seriously. Shahai immediately asked his master, and only then did he learn about his great-grandmaster from his master. Jiang Shahai said respectfully. If he had not heard this from the ancient medical master Xian Yahua, he would never believe that this person was his great-grandmaster. Shahai was blind and did not recognize the great man. He offended the master. After being reprimanded by the master, he suddenly understood. Shahai has realized that he was wrong in the previous matter. I hope the master will forgive Shahai. Jiang Shahai begged. Qin Feng glanced at him, shook his head, and said calmly, Xiao Xuanzi told you that I am your master, but he didn't tell you that I am a stingy person. When Jiang Shahai heard this, he was stunned. Forgive? Of course not. If I were not your master, would you still come here? I'm afraid you are still complacent and proud of yourself in the Yi family. Qin Feng said again. Jiang Shahai broke out in a cold sweat. If Jiang Shahai cannot get Qin Feng's forgiveness, he will be kicked out of the ancient medical sect. Not only that, the ancient medical sect will also be angry with Jiang Shahai. At that time, not only will he no longer be able to touch the magical and mysterious ancient Chinese medicine, he will even lose his position as the chairman of the Changnan Provincial Chinese Medicine Association. People who are not involved in traditional Chinese medicine definitely don't know the influence of the ancient medical school in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. By then, my career as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner will be over. Thinking of this, Jiang Shihai knocked his head deeply to the ground, ignoring the pain on his forehead, and begged with all his might, "Grandmaster." Shihai is arrogant and does not know the power of the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster can punish Shihai in any way he wants, but I only ask that the Grandmaster can let Shihai stay in the ancient medical sect. You want Shihai to be your slave, and Shihai will never complain. Please forgive me. The old man was trembling with fear and trepidation. But Qin Feng did not help him up, because he could bear it. In the whole country, no one could surpass him in the art of Chinese medicine, because he was their king. However, admitting one's mistakes is the best way to improve oneself, and Qin Feng was not interested in fighting to the death with this frightened old man. After looking at him for half an incense stick, until Jiang Shihai's legs were numb from kneeling, Qin Feng spoke again. Since you have already admitted your mistake, and considering that you don't know my identity, I won't bother with you. Jiang Shihai was overjoyed when he heard this and bowed again hurriedly, "Thank you, master." However, those who study medicine must be humble and not be arrogant. Even if I am not your master, but just an ordinary Chinese medicine practitioner, you should not look down on me. You must know that there are always people who are better than you. So I don't care about what happened before, but I still have to be punished. Master taught me, and I will remember it. I deserve to be punished. Then I, your master, will punish you by donating half of your property to poor children in remote mountainous areas. This can be considered a good deed. At the same time, you must practice medicine voluntarily for 1 year and you are not allowed to charge any fees. Do you have any objection? Qin Feng said again. Jiang Shihai nodded without hesitation. Disciple has no objection, and I am willing to accept the punishment. As long as he could keep his place in the ancient medical sect, he would not hesitate even if he had to donate all his property. Very good. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. In that case, I won't blame you. I will tell Xiao Xuanzi about it. Grandmaster, that's not necessary. Master said he would come to Xinghua City to see you in person. Jiang Shihai said with a smile. Oh. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, touched his forehead and smiled bitterly. After a long time, he raised his head and said to Jiang Shihai, I'd rather not call you. You call Xian Yehua and tell him that this matter ends here. As for him, he doesn't need to come. I want to be alone and quiet. Yes. Jiang Shihai nodded. Okay, it's late. You should go back. I want to rest. Qin Feng said listlessly. Jiang Shihai bowed again hurriedly, then stood up and walked out of the house. Oh, by the way. Qin Feng suddenly called Jiang Shihai. Master, do you have any other instructions? It's about Yi. Qin Feng said calmly, since Yi Hu believes that you can heal him, then you should heal Yi. Don't give up Yi because of me. Although I dislike Yi Hu, Yi is my classmate after all. Just try your best. Jiang Shihai was stunned and opened his mouth. Master, Shihai. Shihai only has a 10% to 20% chance of curing Miss Yi. If you take action. What I, Qin Feng, have said will never change. I have already told Yi Hu that if he questions my medical skills, I will give up treating Yi. So I won't do anything. You can handle it yourself. After saying that, Qin Feng waved his hand. Jiang Shihai moved his lips, sighed, and walked out of the house. Yi Hu, this time you killed your daughter with your own hands. Chapter 21. There is no regret medicine in this world. After leaving Qin Feng's residence, Jiang Shihai's phone was almost blown up by calls from Wang Zihao and Yi Hu. His originally happy face immediately turned gloomy when he saw the phone numbers of these two people. Originally, Jiang Shihai and Wang Zihao had nothing to do with each other, but this time the Sanbao group behind Wang Zihao donated a batch of the latest Chinese medicine equipment to the Changnanqing Chinese Medicine Association. In order to repay the favor, Jiang Shihai came to the Yi family with Wang Zihao. It was all because of these two guys that I almost offended my master. I almost made a big mistake. Well, let's go and take a look and make a statement. Jiang Shihai took a taxi and went straight to the Yi family. Wang Zihao and Yi Hu were still in their hall. Yi Hu looked anxious. Yi returned to her room in a daze and refused to open the door no matter how Zhang Lingling knocked. Zhang Lingling walked downstairs with a worried look on her face. Seeing Yihu stomping back and forth in the hall, she suddenly became furious. What are you doing walking around? Your daughter is in this state now, don't you want to think of a solution? Zhang Lingling said angrily, with her hands on her hips. Yihu glanced at her, silently lit a cigarette, and sat on the sofa thinking. Wang Zihao beside him chuckled, Uncle Yi, what are you doing? Yi's illness can now be cured, you should be happy. I should be happy. Yihu said weakly. He was upset and felt that he had done something wrong this time. If it were usual, he would have been ecstatic, but now he was not happy at all. Thinking of the change in Dr. Jiang's attitude before, he felt uneasy. Master, Dr. Jiang is here. At this time, the housekeeper came in, followed by Jiang Shahai who had left in a hurry before. Yihu quickly stood up from the sofa and greeted him with a smile. Dr. Jiang, where have you been? I was worried about you. However, Jiang Shahai looked at him but did not shake hands. Yihu's hand, which was hanging in the air, immediately froze, feeling extremely embarrassed. Zhang Lingling and Wang Zihao exchanged a glance, and Wang Zihao frowned and said, Divine Dr. Jiang, what happened? What did you mean by what you said before? Where did you go just now? Faced with a barrage of questions, Jiang Shahai only uttered 5 words, I'm going to apologize. Apologize? Wang Zihao and others were stunned. Could it be, you are going to apologize to Qin Feng? Yihu's heart was pounding, he said in disbelief. Of course. Jiang Shahai snorted coldly, Boss Yi, Shahai will do his best to treat your daughter. I hope you can actively cooperate with me in the days of treatment in the future and don't doubt my medical skills. After saying that, he turned to Wang Zihao and said, Mr. Wang, after this incident, I will have nothing to do with Sambao Group. Thank you for your donation of the equipment. After saying that, he was about to leave. He spoke fluently and walked fluently. No one in the room knew what was going on. A fierce light flashed in Wang Zihao's eyes. But Yihu rushed forward. Divine Dr. Jiang, wait a minute. Mr. Yi, do you have any other advice? Jiang Shahai asked calmly. Although there was nothing wrong with the words, the tone was full of rejection. Yihu's heart skipped a beat and he asked carefully, Excuse me, Dr. Jiang, what is your relationship with Qin Feng? Jiang Shahai wanted to say it, but thinking of what the sect leader had said to him on the phone before, he thought for a moment and said coldly, Mr. Yi, this has nothing to do with you, right? After saying this, the man opened the door. Yihu's expression was extremely stiff. If it weren't for Master Qin Feng's request, I wouldn't have continued the treatment. Although this matter is also related to me, if I hadn't come, Mr. Yi wouldn't have wavered. However, if Mr. Yi hadn't had the idea of questioning Qin Feng's medical skills, things wouldn't have developed to this point. So, Mr. Yi, you can't blame me for this matter. Jiang Shahai walked out the door. Also, Qin Feng's statement that he can 100% cure your daughter has been verified by me to be true. When the voice fell, the door had already closed. Real. Is this true? Yihu's brain felt as if it had been hit hard. He stood there stupidly, motionless, as if petrified. Zhang Lingling sat on the sofa with her mouth wide open. Is what he said true? How could this happen? I gave up the chance to cure Yi in vain. Yihu said with a trembling voice. Hurry. Arhu, go find Qin Feng. Let's apologize to him. Let's compensate him. Zhang Lingling quickly stood up and shouted. It's useless. Yihu shook his head bitterly. Qin Feng is a very proud man. We have given up on him, and he will never look back. Letting Jiang Shahai continue to treat Yi is his last kindness to Yi. Then, what about Yi? What about my baby daughter? Zhang Lingling asked with blank eyes. Yihu gritted his teeth and sighed heavily. We were the ones who gave up Yi. There was a sound of wailing in the hall. Wang Zihao snorted disdainfully, glanced at the two of them and waved. A man in a suit and tie came over immediately. Go and check that guy named Qin Feng for me. Yes. Let's go back. Wang Zihao said indifferently, not bothering to say hello to the distraught Yihu, and left. Yi didn't come to school these 2 days, perhaps she didn't know how to face by Yi. Sichushue also vaguely guessed something, and her little face was filled with deep worry. Even during class, she would always look back at Bai Yi from time to time, which aroused the curiosity of her classmates. School beauty hasn't been to class for 2 days. What happened? I don't know. School beauty Sichu and school beauty Yi are best friends, so she might know something. But why does school beauty Sichu always look back? She seems to be looking at Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Could it be that the school beauty Sichu has also fallen? Impossible. Someone was indignant. School beauty Sichu will never fall in love with a brat like Qin Feng. Why is that? Maybe it has something to do with Yi Xiaohua. Many people have their imaginations run wild. She suddenly didn't come to school, and it was related to a male classmate. Moreover, this school beauty who didn't come to school had some feelings for this male classmate. In an instant, countless people thought in an extremely taboo direction. Could it be that? The male students in the class exchanged glances secretly, and each of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. So, before the morning class was over, a row of distraught male students stood at the door of class 9. They were all called on to ask questions but did not answer, including several top students who were favored by the teacher. Ding-a-ling! At this time, the bell rang. After the 4th class, the old math teacher walked out of the classroom hunched over. People packed up their books and prepared to head straight to the cafeteria, but at this moment, bang! A muffled voice rang out in the classroom, drowning out the noisy crowd. The students in the classroom all looked towards the source of the sound, and it was the deputy monitor and study committee member of class 9. Qi Xiong's face was ferocious and indignant. He held the book tightly with both hands, breathing rapidly, and his eyes were fierce, like a beast about to go crazy. The students around him stepped back and looked at him in disbelief. How could Qi Xiong, who was always gentle and refined, become like this today? Qi Xiong, what's wrong with you? A girl who admired Qi Xiong very much asked bravely. But Qi Xiong ignored her and roughly pushed her away. He glared at Qin Feng and Hui Tailang who were about to leave the classroom through the back door and shouted, "Qin Feng, stop right there." Qin Feng turned his head and looked. Deputy monitor. Hui Tailang was stunned. This monitor has always left a bad impression on him. Although class 9 is known as the top class, that was in the past. This year, in the entire senior year, the overall level of class 9 can only be ranked in the upper middle. Qi Xiong is different. He is the best student in the class. Since he came to class 9, he always ranks first in the final exams of every month. He is also a regular in the top 10 of the grade. He is a well-known college bully in class 9, a treasure of the teacher and the pride of the class. He is glittering with honors, so he is also very arrogant. In class, he only talked to a few girls with good academic performance. As for the boys, he ignored them all. Because he was an excellent student, even if he had a conflict with a boy in the class, the teachers would always take his side. It can be said that he was a real class darling. Qi Xiong never even looked at Qin Feng, Hui Tailang and other poor students sitting in the back row, let alone going to the back of the classroom. He has never walked through the back door of the classroom since his freshman year in high school. According to him, the students sitting in the back third of the classroom are all scum. This is the contempt from the top student. But no one dared to question it, because when it came to studying, he was the supreme god of class 9. And now, Qi Xiong spoke for the first time and called out to Qin Feng. Countless pairs of eyes were focused on him. Is there something? Qin Feng asked curiously. Tell me, what happened to Yi? Qi Xiong's delicate face twisted slightly, and he pushed the golden glasses on his nose. Chapter 22, Top Students and Low Students. I have no idea. Qin Feng shook his head and was about to leave. Qi Xiong was furious. He pushed away the classmate in front of him and rushed over to block him. Qi Xiong, what do you want to do? Want to fight? I'm here to accompany you. Hui Tailang stepped forward and said with a ferocious look on his face. Although he is a bad fighter, his green hair and ferocious face make him quite intimidating. Qi Xiong frowned and took a step back, but he was not scared away. Instead, he looked proud and said, Hui Tailang, I'm looking for Qin Feng. It has nothing to do with you. Brother Feng is my elder brother. If you are looking for him, you are looking for me. How can it have nothing to do with me? Hui Tailang snorted. Qi Xiong was too lazy to pay attention to him and said directly to Qin Feng, Qin Feng, I tell you, Yi is not worthy of a scum like you. If you still have a little self-knowledge, you should leave ye early and stop entangled with her. As soon as these words were spoken, the students around him immediately understood. It turned out that Qi Xiong was jealous. I think he was also brainwashed by the rumors spread by his classmates, thinking that Qin Feng was responsible for Yi's absence from school in the past 2 days. Although he guessed most of it right. Waste. Qin Feng was very surprised. He looked around and looked at Qi Xiong in astonishment. I'm so handsome, how can I look like a loser? If you're not a loser, why would you transfer schools for no reason? Why would you sit with trash like Hui Tailang? The reason must be that your grades are too bad, or you got into a fight and skipped classes. It's nothing more than these. I heard that Zhang Hongqiang and Yu Junyi's hospitalization is related to you, and you still say you're not a loser. Qi Xiong said coldly, hugging his chest. Qin Feng is a shocking person. Is this how a top student thinks? Qin Feng, your future is doomed. You have poor grades and will not be able to get into a good university after graduation. You will either be washing dishes in a restaurant or working as a security guard in the community. You will only earn 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. It is difficult for you to support yourself, so what can you do to make ye happy? And I will at least be admitted to a 211 key university in the future. It is not a problem for me to make a name for myself. My future is bright. I can provide ye with better material conditions. Whatever she wants, I can satisfy her. You will never be able to do this. So for his happiness, I hope you will stop immediately and stop pestering her. Do you understand? Many people were stunned when they heard Qi Xiong's proud words. Qi Xiong actually dared to humiliate Qin Feng in public, and it was so explosive? This is the confidence of a top student. This is the pride of a top student. Qin Feng remained silent, but Qi Xiong had not finished speaking. I know you are good at fighting. You defeated the Taekwondo champion Hu Yaluan some time ago. But in my opinion, you are just a brute force. People like you are only suitable for moving bricks, and you can only move bricks in your life. Qin Feng, if you are very angry and want to beat me in public, I will not fight back, but I want to tell you that if you don't listen to my advice and still pester me, I promise that in 5 or 10 years, you will regret everything you did today, because by that time, you will not even be qualified to look up to me. Qi Xiong spoke passionately, full of confidence and his face full of fortitude, like a martyr who was ready to die. Many of his classmates were infected by his youthful arrogance and couldn't help but admire him. It has to be said that Qi Xiong has the capital to say such things. After all, he has been targeted by many famous domestic universities. It is said that the admissions office of a famous school in Yangjing has already contacted Xinghua No. 1 Middle School, and among the students being discussed is Qi Xiong. It is well known that Qi Xiong has a bright future. At present, everyone's impression of Qin Feng is just that he is good at fighting, but for Qi Xiong, it is different. Hui Tailang was so angry that he stomped his feet and wanted to punch him immediately. Some female classmates couldn't help but speak out, thinking that Qi Xiong's words were too much and too hurtful to their self-esteem. It seems that they don't object to what Qi Xiong said. After saying so much, you just think that I have poor grades and no future, right? Qin Feng summed it up, stared at him and smiled. Isn't it? Qi Xiong said coldly. Of course not. Qin Feng shook his head. Since I transferred to this school, our class only had a small test the day before yesterday. You don't know me well, how do you know that my grades are not good? Will he transfer to another school because of his good grades? Will he be arranged to sit in the last row because of his good grades? Will he sit with trash like Hui Tailang? Qi Xiong questioned. What did you say? Hui Tailang was angry. But Qin Feng raised his hand to stop him. I'm not interested in making trouble with you, Qi Xiong. You like Yi, that's your business. If you want to humiliate me, I will accept it. But if you want to scold my friends, that's not okay. Qin Feng said with a smile. Then what can you do? Curse back? Fight back? If you have the ability, you can beat me in studying. Qi Xiong said disdainfully. Well, the monthly exam is coming soon, let's use this exam as a competition. Qin Feng said casually. After these words fell, their whole class fell silent. You want to compete with me in grades? Qi Xiong thought he had misheard, and stared at Qin Feng with wide eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. Didn't you want me to beat you in studying? I promised you. The monthly exam is coming soon. Let's compete to see who can get the best score in the monthly exam. How about it? Qin Feng smiled faintly, looking calm. Brother Feng. Stop it. Hui Tailang beside him hurriedly grabbed Qin Feng's arm, looking anxious. Brother Feng, let's not act on impulse. What's the point of competing with him in boxing? Hui Tailang wanted to say that you are no match for Qi Xiong. Qin Feng sat next to him. Although he attended classes on time every day, Hui Tailang found that this guy was sleepwalking with a book in his hand all day long. How could he listen to the class? If we really compare grades, he is no match for Qi Xiong. It's okay. I know what I'm doing. Qin Feng said. Yeah, Hui Tailang, if you can't do it yourself, don't stop Qin Feng. Who knows, maybe Qin Feng was also a top student before he transferred to another school. Class monitor Qi, you better be careful and don't fall down here, right, Qin Shuabar. Several male students around who had long disliked Qin Feng immediately started laughing, their words full of sarcasm and provocation. Qi Xiong sneered and glared at Qin Feng. You asked for this, don't blame me. Since you want to compete with me, then I will accept it. Tell me, how do you want to compete? How else can we compete? Whoever scores higher wins. Do you want me to give you some points? Otherwise, people will say that I am bullying a poor student like you. Qi Xiong said with a smile, crossing his arms. This isn't good, is it? Qin Feng scratched his head and said with a harmless look on his face, it's better not to give in. Hu Yaluan also said he would give in before, but he changed his mind. I'm afraid you will change your mind too, so forget it. Am I the kind of person that Hu Yaluan is? Qi Xiong was furious and slammed his palm on the table fiercely. Qin Feng, I give you 20 points for each subject, and I will deliberately not do it. A poor student like you, I don't think you can even get 100 points. Oh. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes with a playful look on his face. Don't you dare. Qi Xiong sneered. No, I wanted to say that you should not give in. In fact, I was just thinking about whether I should give you some points. Qin Feng said with a smile. After these words were spoken, all the students around him fell silent. Everyone looked at Qin Feng as if he were an idiot. You want me to divide it? Qi Xiong was also stunned. It was the first time he heard someone say this to him. You know, although Qi Xiong was not the best in the school, he was at least a frequent visitor to the top 10. There were thousands of students in Xinghua number 1 middle school, and there were countless top students. How difficult was it to fight all their way to the top 10? If he got into the top 10, it was almost equivalent to being in the top 10 in Xinghua City. No one dared to question his learning ability. But now, a transfer student actually popped up and wanted to compete with me in scores, and even wanted me to have my scores too. Okay. Okay. Qin Feng. You are very brave. Since you are looking for death, I will show no mercy. Tell me, how much do you want me to do? Qi Xiong gritted his teeth and laughed in anger. This. Qin Feng thought about it, clapped his hands, and said with a smile, I'll give you 1 point. How can I give up 1 point? Qin Feng, are you kidding us? The male classmates next to them spoke again. There are different ways to give up a point. Qin Feng said with a smile, too lazy to explain to them. Just give up 1 point, it doesn't matter. After all, in my eyes, it doesn't matter how many points you give up, because you can't give up. Qi Xiong snorted and laughed, and his eyes narrowed like Qin Feng. Tell me, what should you do if you lose? What do you want from me? Drop out of school immediately. Okay. Qin Feng agreed without hesitation. It was so refreshing that Qi Xiong felt a little uneasy. What if you lose? Qin Feng asked back. I'll drop out too. Qi Xiong thought for a moment and said, although this is impossible. Hu Yaluan said the same thing to me before. Qin Feng said with a smile, but I am not interested in whether you drop out of school or not. How about this, you also learn from Hu Yaluan, take off your clothes and run around the playground 10 times, how about that? This. Qi Xiong's face changed instantly. What? You don't dare anymore. Hui Tailang shouted immediately. What am I afraid of? Qi Xiong gritted his teeth, as if he had made a decision, and snorted, let's bet. If you win, I'll run naked. If you lose, get out of Xinghua number 1 middle school. It's a deal. With so many classmates watching here, I don't think you will regret it. Of course. Qin Feng nodded. After the two of them made the promise, the classroom became lively again. Even outside the classroom, many students came in after hearing the news. The classroom was bustling and lively. I'm afraid it won't take long for this news to spread throughout the school. Sichu Shui in the crowd had a changing expression, and no one knew what she was thinking. The girls around were pointing and talking, but they were all talking about Qi Xiong. After all, Qin Feng was good looking and was quite popular among the girls in the class. You haven't left yet. At this time, a somewhat old voice came from the front door of the classroom. The students turned around and saw the math teacher walking up to the podium with a hunched figure. Teacher Wang. Everyone was very surprised. Everyone, please sit down first. I'm going to waste a few minutes of your time. I'm old, and I forgot to give you the test papers just now. I'm going to hand out the test papers from the day before yesterday. Students who have already left, please help take care of them. Everyone, go back and take a good look at them, and analyze where you got them wrong. Tomorrow, the teacher will focus on explaining this to you. The old math guy said. The classroom immediately became lively. Did you take a small test the day before yesterday? Hui Tailang looked at Qin Feng with a confused look on his face. Qin Feng thought about it and nodded. It seems so. Only a typical poor student like Hui Tailang would not even know whether he had passed the exam. The test paper for this quiz is the same as the Changnan Province College entrance examination paper from the year before last. It is quite difficult, so the results of the students were not very ideal. The math old man passed the test paper to each group leader. Yeah, I felt it when I did it. It's too difficult. It's good enough if I can pass it. I don't know if my solution to that problem is correct. The classroom, which had once been quiet, became noisy again, but generally those who were talking were the top students, as the poor students didn't care about grades at all. Qi Xiong stared at the old math guy with eager eyes. He knew that the questions this time were indeed more difficult than usual, but for him, they were still at the same level. Although the questions were difficult, a student in our class scored full marks this time. At this time, the old math man added another sentence. Wow! The students exclaimed. Almost in an instant, everyone turned their eyes to Qi Xiong. As the top student in the class all year round, he is the only one who can get full marks. Qi Xiong was very proud and complacent. What he enjoyed most was the jealous, envious and admiring looks from his classmates. This kind of gaze can greatly satisfy his vanity. Just when everyone thought the ending was already determined, the old math man started reading again. This student is our new transfer student Qin Feng. Let's give Qin Feng a warm round of applause. After saying that, the old man led the applause. What? Qi Xiong was dumbfounded. The whole class was a little confused and looked at Qin Feng in astonishment. It wasn't Qi Xiong who got full marks, but Qin Feng. What's going on? Sichu Shui opened her mouth wide and turned around in disbelief to look at the person next to the green-haired girl in the last row. Boss, I actually got full marks on the first exam. Hui Tailang fell off the chair and took him a while to get up. Qin Feng looked calm. He stood up and walked to the podium under the attention of the whole class to retrieve the test paper. Student Qin Feng, keep it up. The old math man nodded kindly. Thank you, teacher. Qin Feng smiled brightly and turned to look at Qi Xiong, who had a dazed look on his face. Chapter 23. I didn't plan to ask. 143 points. Qi Xiong held the test paper in his hand. His fingers were trembling and his eyeballs seemed to be about to fall out of their sockets. It's not me who got full marks. It's that Qin Feng? How is this possible? How could this happen? Qi Xiong's mind went blank. No one could have expected that Qin Feng could get full marks. Student Qi Xiong did well in the exam. It would have been even more perfect if the analysis process of the last question could have eliminated the two unnecessary steps. I hope you can continue to work hard in this state and strive for even better results. The old math teacher said with a smile and left the classroom. As soon as the teacher left, the classroom was in an uproar. People gathered towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng, what's going on? You actually got full marks. Oh my god, I don't understand any of these questions. How did you do it? Which school were you in before you transferred? What were your previous grades like? No wonder you dare to bet on grades with Qi Xiong. You are good at fighting and studying. Qin Feng, you are amazing. The classmates surrounded Qin Feng and shouted excitedly. The girls were even more delighted and excited, with their eyes almost popping out of their buds. A boy who is handsome, good at fighting, and great at studying is definitely the most sought after by countless young girls nowadays. If Qin Feng had a little bit of money, he would be truly impeccable. Seeing Qin Feng, who was the center of attention and the center of attention among his classmates, Qi Xiong felt an unprecedented sense of frustration in his heart. It's just a little test, it's okay. It's okay. Qi Xiong gritted his teeth secretly, and suddenly raised his head, shouting at Qin Feng, who was surrounded by the crowd. Qin Feng, you just saw the math test paper of the college entrance examination 2 years ago and memorized the answers, so you got a full score by chance. Don't be complacent, this is not a real skill. His shout made the noisy classroom a little quieter. People were looking at him. What's the matter? Qi Xiong? Are you not convinced? If you have the ability, then you can get full marks. If you don't have the ability, why are you yelling here? Hui Tailang sneered. The teacher said before that this paper was from the college entrance examination 2 years ago. You can find a lot of it by searching on the internet. The classmates have all done it, and you all understand how difficult it is. Even if Qin Feng is a good student, it is impossible for him to get a full score. Qi Xiong snorted. As soon as these words were spoken, half of the students immediately started whispering to each other. What Qi Xiong said is possible. There's no point in talking so much nonsense now. Let's talk about the monthly exam. The winner will be revealed then. Qin Feng smiled faintly, too lazy to argue with Qi Xiong anymore, so he pushed through the crowd and left. Hui Tailang hurried to catch up. Qi Xiong stared coldly at Qin Feng's departing back, his fingers tightly clenched on the test paper. Qin Feng, just wait, in the monthly exam I will let you see how powerful I, Qi Xiong, really am. Brother Feng, it's so refreshing. You didn't see Qi Xiong's face, har har har, so funny. Hui Tailang was in high spirits and dancing all the way. Poor students like him are often looked down upon by the top students. Even though some of the top students have good qualities and are not as arrogant as Qi Xiong, the disdain in their eyes will still deeply irritate the hearts of these poor students. But today, Qin Feng made a sudden reversal. Although he offended many top students, he became a hero in the eyes of these poor students. But coming back to Brother Feng, how come you got full marks? Where did you go to school before? Was it always like this before? Hui Tailang asked. To be honest, he didn't believe the score, because Qin Feng was just like him, sleepwalking in class. How come he got single digits while Qin Feng got full marks? I never went to school before. I spent a small amount of money to transfer here. As for how I got full marks, it's simple. I'm a genius. Qin Feng said seriously. Just lie down. Hui Tailang didn't believe it. We are all brothers, just tell the truth. Well, Qi Xiong is right. I did see the college entrance examination papers from 2 years ago. Qin Feng said nonsense. That's true. Hui Tailang looked disappointed. What about the monthly exam? Qin Feng rolled his eyes. No one believed him when he told the truth, but why did no one question his lies? We'll do what we have to do. Brother Feng, are you really not afraid of dropping out of school? At worst, I can just turn it again. After leaving school, Qin Feng parted ways with Hui Tailang. He found a roadside stall to fill his stomach and started strolling around. After walking a few steps, a black Mercedes came speeding and stopped at the curb. Several men in suits got out of the car and blocked Qin Feng's way. Excuse me, is this Mr. Qin Feng? One of the men wearing sunglasses asked. It's me. Qin Feng glanced at the few people. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Mr. Yi's driver. I am here today to ask you to come here as Mr. Yi instructed. Mr. Yi wants to meet you. Regarding the unpleasant incident last time, Mr. Yi wants to explain to you. The man said kindly and respectfully. Qin Feng glanced at the few people and smiled contemptuously. Who do you think Yi who thinks I am? Even if you really want to invite me, he should come in person. Go back and tell Yi Hu that there is no regret medicine in this world. He missed it and it's gone. There is no room for change. After saying that, he walked forward without looking back. The bodyguards looked at each other, at a loss as to what to do. After arriving at the park, Qin Feng went to the deserted spot and started punching, but his mind was still a little confused. I've been in Xinghua for a while, but why do I still have no clue about that person? Tianqing, is there really such a person? Qin Feng murmured and stopped moving. Why did you stop? At this time, a slightly weak voice came from the side. It's Anyochi. She wore a slightly blue round hat, her beautiful hair hung down over her white ears, and she walked towards them unsteadily with her fair and delicate hands leaning on a cane. The white eye mask looked particularly glaring on her exquisite little face. It is a pity that such a beautiful girl has poor eyesight and inconvenient legs and feet. I believe that many people will feel pity for her when she walks on the street. But no one knew that this disabled and pitiful girl could easily subdue several big men. I know you are secretly learning from me, so I won't hit you. Qin Feng said with a smile. In our Chinese country, the ancient martial arts have been lost because there are too many selfish martial artists like you. If they were as widely spread as Wing Chun and Taekwondo, how could they disappear? Anyochi snorted and looked at Qin Feng seriously with his big, bright eyes. Qin Feng laughed and didn't want to argue anymore. Your name is Qin Feng, right? You are so bold that you even dared to challenge Qi Xiong, who ranked 8th in the final exam. I heard that you gave him 1 point and said you would drop out if you couldn't pass the exam. Are you so confident? Anyochi walked to the stone platform, slowly pressed his little butt on it, and looked at Qin Feng calmly. You knew about this? Qin Feng was a little surprised. Anyochi shook his head slightly. Almost the whole school knows about this matter. You are considered a celebrity in our Xinghua. Oh? I'm so sorry. Qin Feng was shameless. Qin Feng, are you free tomorrow? Anyochi hesitated. Seeing the girl lowering her head slightly, her eyes slightly open, and her lips as thin as cicada wings and as pink as cherry blossoms gently pursed, Qin Feng's heart was immediately shocked. Could it be that she has fallen in love with me? I'm free, what's the matter? Oh, tomorrow is Monday, Qin Feng, you promised me that you would go to Changnan Martial Arts Hall to show me a set of boxing. I wonder if it's convenient for you. This? I remember it. Qin Feng felt a little disappointed and nodded. I promised you that I would do it. When is it tomorrow? Afternoon. After class. Don't worry, it won't take too long. No problem, but what? Do you provide meals? Anyochi almost slipped off the stone. She leaned on her cane, and her little feet in shiny little leather shoes stepped on the cobblestone path, making a slight clacking sound, and she was about to leave. I'll wait for you at the school gate tomorrow. Anyochi said softly, then staggered away. Okay. Qin Feng nodded, but then he thought of something and said quickly, by the way, Mr. An. Is there anything else? Anyochi asked. Qin Feng's eyes fell on Anyochi's legs and eyes. He thought for a moment and was about to speak when Anyochi suddenly looked annoyed and whispered, about my legs and my eyes. I don't want to talk about it, so please don't ask me anymore. Sorry. After saying this, the man left in a hurry. Huh. Qin Feng was stunned. I didn't intend to ask. I just wanted to see if I could cure this girl. Chapter 24 The Third Campus Beauty. The next day at school, the atmosphere in the class became extremely strange. Even the teacher felt something was wrong. However, Qin Feng didn't care about all this. He continued to hold the book, pretending to read, but actually closed his eyes to rest. Even if Qi Xiong cast murderous glances at him, he ignored them. What many people are concerned about is that Zhang Hongqiang, Yu Junyi and others were discharged from the hospital today. They walked into the classroom as if nothing had happened, returned to their seats silently, and did not even look at Qin Feng, doing their duty honestly. There was no follow-up from the school, which made Hui Tailang feel fortunate. He shouted for Buddha's blessing and said he wanted to celebrate after class, but was politely declined by Qin Feng. Sichu Shui was absent-minded the whole day. Since Yi didn't come to school, she kept looking at Qin Feng from time to time, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Apparently, she had also heard some rumors and knew that the Yi family and Qin Feng had a falling out. After the bell rang, Qin Feng left the classroom with his school bag as if no one was around, and Hui Tailang followed closely behind him. Sichu Shui also hurriedly stood up and wanted to chase after him to say something, but halfway through, Qin Feng had already left. Qi Xiong glared at Qin Feng, but did not rush home. Instead, he took out the exercises and started working hard. Brother Qiong. Yu Junyi and others came over and lowered their voices. Don't mess around, just bear with it. Zhang Hongqiang stared at Qin Feng coldly and whispered, I received news that even the Taekwondo leader Hu Yaluan was beaten by Qin Feng. This guy should be quite skilled. I'm afraid we can't teach him a lesson. What should we do then? Don't worry. Qin Feng transferred to the school and first got in trouble with us. Later, he got in trouble with Hu Yaluan and Qi Xiong. He has many enemies. I will contact Hu Yaluan in the next few days. I think he hates Qin Feng more than us. Just wait. Qin Feng will definitely pay the price. The eyes of several people were filled with anger for revenge. When they reached the school gate, many students slowed down their pace. Both men and women looked at the girl leaning against the school gate with intoxicated eyes. The girl held a cane with her head slightly lowered. The setting sun shone down on her, making her look like a person in a painting. It's Anyochi. It's so beautiful. What a pity. I heard that she seems to have lost sight in one eye and has difficulty with one of her legs due to illness. She is so pitiful. I swear that I will protect her well for the rest of my life. Then join the Anyochi support group. Our group is now recruiting members from the entire school. We already have nearly 1,000 members. If this student is interested, he can join the group through me. Really? Then I want to join the group. Pay the 20 yuan tour fee first. Give. From today on, you are a member of our Anyochi support group. No matter where our princess is or what happens, we must be there at the first moment. I promise. Very good. Their voices came one after another, and people were all attracted by the fairy-like girl in the painting. Many people were intoxicated by her charming face and walked slowly. The school gate seemed quite crowded. Brother Feng, look. It's the school beautyan. Hui Tailang also saw the pitiful beauty standing at the school gate and was very excited. School beautyan is the most protective of the 10 school beauties in our school. She rarely appears in school. Why is she here today? Is she waiting for someone? Is it me? It could be me. Qin Feng said with a smile. Brother Feng, just brag. If she is waiting for you, I will eat this marble stone pillar in front of her. Hui Tailang pointed at several stone pillars at the school gate. Don't give up on yourself like this. You can't bite it. Qin Feng hurriedly advised. Do you take it seriously? Hui Tailang rolled his eyes at him. Yes. Qin Feng said with a smile. But at this moment, Anyochi had already raised his head and walked towards Hui Tailang and Qin Feng in front of everyone. The cane gently tapped the ground, and the bright orange leather boots tapped the ground lightly, making a crisp sound. Brother Feng, she's here. She's really here. Hui Tailang was so excited that he was incoherent. He quickly tidied his green hair and was about to speak when Anyochi spoke. Crisp and bright like a yellow oriole. Student Qin Feng. Hui Tailang, who was about to introduce himself, suddenly froze. Anyochi walked over with a faint smile on his face and stood in front of Qin Feng, with a glimmer in his eyes. At almost the same time, the crowd around fell silent. Some people even forgot to walk, and stared blankly at Anyochi, and the person in front of her. Qin Feng. Really? Boss, you even got the school beautyan. Hui Tailang spoke in a low voice, and soon, his face was full of admiration. He hurriedly grabbed Qin Feng's arm, shouting that he wanted to be his disciple. Finish eating the stone pillar first, and then I'll teach you. Qin Feng said with a smile. Hui Tailang froze immediately, his face almost matching the color of his hair. However, Anyochi came over on his own initiative, which caused a lot of trouble. Qin Feng looked around, smiled bitterly in his heart, and hurriedly whispered, Studentin, let's leave here first. If there is anything, we can talk outside. Good. Anyochi nodded. Qin Feng didn't say anything more. He pushed a smart bicycle with a back seat from the school gate and stopped it in front of Anyochi. Anyochi smiled faintly, exerted force with her small hands, and sat sideways on the back of the bicycle. Qin Feng kicked his foot and drove Anyochi out of the school gate. In an instant, eyeballs fell to the ground in shock. It's over, my goddess has fallen. Qin Feng, I will never forgive you. Several resentful roars were heard from the school gate. However, Qin Feng couldn't hear it at all. The bicycle sped along. And Yuchi held a cane in one hand, grasped the collar of Qin Feng's clothes from behind with the other, and lowered his head. Passersby looked at them sideways. Some were impressed by the boy's sunny and handsome appearance, while others admired the girl's pure and delicate appearance. But at this moment, the bicycle suddenly stopped. And Yuchi's delicate body tilted, almost sticking to Qin Feng's broad back. "What's wrong?" And Yuchi frowned slightly. Qin Feng turned his head awkwardly. "How do I get to Channan Martial Arts School?" And Yuchi wanted to hit this guy's head hard with his cane to see what was inside. Anyone who has been to Channan province will be familiar with Channan Martial Arts Hall. After all, this is a provincial martial arts hall. The people inside often represent the country in some world martial arts performances and competitions. How could this person not even know where Channan Martial Arts Hall is? Turn left ahead, then go straight past 3 traffic lights, go up the bridge, and it's on the right at the first intersection after you get off the bridge. And Yuchi said unhappily, "Hey, it seems there is some distance, so hold on to me tight." Qin Feng grinned. "Yeah." And Yuchi clenched her hands. "Change your hug. It's not safe to hold it with one hand." Qin Feng said. "Do you want to take advantage of me?" And Yuchi said calmly. "Yeah." Qin Feng said with a smile. He actually admitted it. This bastard. And Yuchi was a little annoyed, but surprisingly did not refuse. She put her little hands around Qin Feng's waist and grabbed the clothes in front of him. For a moment, Qin Feng felt as if a ball of cotton was stuck on his back. Soft and crispy, without any bones. Is this girl made of water? Qin Feng was a little distracted, but he didn't think much about it. He exerted force with his thighs and pushed with his feet, and the bicycle flew out like an arrow from a bow. At this moment Yuchi realized that Qin Feng didn't really want to take advantage of him, but his speed was too fast, and he might really fall like before. And Yuchi pursed her pink lips, hesitated for a moment, and then gently leaned her little head on Qin Feng's back. The pupils not covered by the blindfold quietly watched the people and objects moving backwards on the roadside. In this bustling city, she suddenly realized that the surroundings were unusually quiet. It's like I've reached a safe haven. What's going on? Why does this person make me feel this way? And Yuchi felt doubtful, but soon, the peace and comfort made her put aside the doubt. With the hissing sound of brakes, Yuchi was awakened from the unusual calm. "We have arrived at Channan Martial Arts School," Qin Feng said with a smile. And Yuchi nodded slightly and got out of the car carefully. But at this moment, a cry of surprise came from the other side. "Junia sister." And Yuchi and Qin Feng looked at the same time, and saw several men and women walking towards them quickly. The leader was a sturdy man wearing a black tights. The man looked at Yuchi with a burning gaze, then stared at Qin Feng with an extremely unfriendly look. "Who are you?" Chapter 25, Challenge? Qin Feng. Qin Feng said lightly. "I don't know him." The man shook his head with an arrogant look in his eyes. And Yuchi glanced at him and staggered forward with his cane in hand. "Brother, this is my classmate who also knows some martial arts. I asked him to come here today to demonstrate his martial arts routines for us. I hope you won't make things difficult for him and embarrass me." The voice sounded cold. The man was stunned for a moment, then hurried over and tried to support Yuchi, but she refused. "Junia sister, what are you talking about? He is your classmate, how could we make things difficult for him? We can't even welcome him enough." The man smiled, but there was a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Several people nearby followed behind silently. The hostility from these people was quite obvious, but Qin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to them and followed Yuchi in silently. "Anyway, I can just throw a few punches inside and then leave. It won't take long." And Yuchi had helped him before, even though her help was unnecessary, but her intention was good, so Qin Feng accepted it. He hated owing others the most in his life, and he would pay back what he owed, which was his code of conduct, whether it was for others or for himself. "My senior brother is called Wang Yang. He is narrow-hearted and has been pursuing me all these years. Anyone who gets close to me will be retaliated by him. Qin Feng, you'd better be careful. After I finish fighting with you, I will send you away to avoid being embarrassed by him." And Yuchi slowed down his pace and lowered his voice. "I know. When you talk to me now, I can feel the gaze of your senior brother. It seems like he wants to swallow me up, Qin Feng said with a smile, but there was no trace of tension on his face. Don't worry, I'm here, he won't dare to do anything rash. And Yochi glanced at Wang Yang over there, his eyes full of coldness. Wang Yang frowned but said nothing. Changnan Martial Arts School is the largest martial arts school in Xinhua City, Changnan Province. It is very famous in the province. Countless people come here to become disciples every day. The owner, Li Lianhua, was born in Shaolin. He has won the National Martial Arts Championship for 2 consecutive terms and represented the country in the World Wushu Championships. Although he lost to Europe and the United States, he has his own style in martial arts attainments and is still very famous in the martial arts world. It's Senior Sisterin. Senior Sisterin is here. Senior Sisterin. Senior Sisterin. The people practicing boxing in the martial arts gym stopped what they were doing and greeted the beautiful girl who was staggering towards them with a cane. Everyone who looked at her had eyes filled with deep admiration and a strong desire to protect her. No one can hurt this girl. Everyone come here. And Yochi called out softly. Her voice was not loud, but her unique and graceful voice sounded extremely loud in this martial arts hall. People gathered, about hundreds of people. Senior sister, do you have anything to announce? Asked a young boy with a buzz cut. What could it be? Your senior sister wants her classmate to teach you boxing. Before Yochi could speak, Wang Yang spoke up. Yochi frowned and glanced at Wang Yang. But Wang Yang continued to speak, his tone full of disdain. I remember that my junior sister is a student of Xinhua No. 1 Middle School, right? This classmate Qin Feng, you are also a student of Xinhua No. 1 Middle School, right? I remember that school only produces nerds and rich second generations. I wonder which one you are. Do you mean that classmate and is also this kind of person? Qin Feng asked with a smile. My junior sister is a special admission student. This is something everyone knows. Wang Yang shook his head. Oh, I paid to get in. So he's a rich second generation. Wang Yang's eyes widened. Rich second generation. Qin Feng was a little surprised. He looked at his own clothes full of cheap goods and was confused. What was wrong with this guy's thinking logic? It turns out he's a guy who relies on his family connections. TSK. Wang Yang's lackeys Liu Fu and others immediately started to sneer, each with a look of disdain on their face. When the people around heard the noise, they also started pointing and talking, and many of them showed disdainful expressions. Wang Yang is trying to lead the trend. Qin Feng understood. What others do is none of your business, right? I asked Qin Feng to come here today to demonstrate his boxing skills to you. I think his boxing skills can help us a lot in ancient martial arts. If you want to learn, just shut up and watch quietly. If you don't want to learn, just do what you should do. If you make noise again, don't blame me for being rude. And Yochi pounded his cane, raised his eyebrows and shouted angrily. The crisp voice struck everyone's heart like an ancient bell. Everyone was shocked and stopped making any sound. Spread. And Yochi drank again.